Either or. All right. And hello, everyone, and welcome to the library. I am the author, and tonight, we're here to play Star Trek Adventures on the USS Gungnir. We are gathered from across the galaxy to play this tabletop RPG by friends on Modifius. Every week, we continue our adventures on the wild and wonderful frontier of the Federation. And for our once, we are in season 2. Yay!
Yay!
We survived. So, we're going to be in a new frontier, new base, and new threats, and new adventures and all that. What I added like a cool stinger.
New Star Trek adventures?
Yeah. New crew, new threats, new frontier. That was it.
It's a good tagline.
Yeah.
And the psychic damage for season 2 has begun.
I mean, it could be worse. I could do a lot worse with psychic damage.
I wasn't referring to you.
And if that, let me make sure I have this set up. We are going to cut to our opening in credits, and we'll start off with a captain's log.
Oh, that'd be me.
And we are live. Captain, if you can and give us your log, please.
Certainly. Captain's log, stardate 57148.6, USS Gungnir. After 3 weeks of being in the system, getting all the kinks from the refit worked out and the new crew brought up to speed, it's time to start earning our keep. From the reports I'm seeing, the number of crises are building by the day. The effects of the Ebon Expanse appear to be growing in size and type. Gravitational eddies have destroyed the Sovereign-class expedition and have caused the evacuation of the planet and Earth and several adjacent systems. I'm seeing reports that it's also having biological effects on certain species as well. To complicate matters, there appears to be an alien species savaging and raiding evacuation ships. Admiral Keller has assigned us to escort and aid the evacuation. I'm also hoping we can start to shed some light on what's causing this mess. End of log.
that, we appear here in orbit of the Guard Tower class space station in DS-17. This is an older station from way back in the 2260s, but it has been rediscovered and recommissioned. And you've been in shakedown for the past 3 weeks, just kind of taking little hops like out to the Orc Cloud and back, and doing a engines test, and it's just trying to get the crew and some new systems and all settled in. Especially since we have a new captain in Captain Rost.
Cool.
Welcome aboard, new players and characters.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Yes, and one of the new systems we've brought in is hollow emitters across the entire ship for a very particular project.
Is there a new chief engineer hologram, not emergency hologram?
No, he is a long-term hologram, part of a project to develop a deep space automated starship to probe the outer reaches of Borg space. The ship he's in, his program is in extended beta testing. Right now, they wanted the holograms that will make up the crew to be individually socialized amongst humanoid organics before deployment to the ship for its shakedown cruise. The ship's name is the Galatea, after the Greek myth of a man who makes a statue that then comes to life.
And the new crew and the hollow emitters have been on board for the past 2 months, and we've been shaking that out. And as mentioned in the log, we have a new direct commander, Rear Admiral Felix Keller, who is in direct control of this operational region. And as the past couple of weeks have passed, in fact, the last week, the station and the M-class planet below have been flooded with Anethrian and refuge ships. Tens of thousands of people have already come in the Anethrian ships, which are barely classed at Warp 5. And they've all began and taking up emergency shelter down on the planet and trying to set that up. But this is tens of thousands of a population of billions.
Doesn't sound like it's going to be practical to evacuate everybody.
Hopefully I believe it's the expedition that is going to be doing a survey run to try to find an M-class planet that's closer that would be able to help them out. And there is a full evacuation fleet coming from the Federation that should be in the region and by the next week.
Oh, author, can we have a momentum, please?
Yes. Because of the trials and tribulations you went through last season, Ensign Invera has picked up the talent Close-Knit Crew.
What does that do for us?
Apparently it gets some momentum. It's right off the bat.
If we ever start a scene with momentum less than the people in the scene who have that talent, you get momentum.
Hey, we'll take it.
Free momentum and to get you started. And it is about at this point it's about out mid morning, and we are getting ready to head out to patrol the sector and get some patrol the sector and basically establish a safe corridor for or the evac fleet, and also render aid as needed to any civilian ships that might be running out there.
So we're headed straight to an Earth.
Not straight to an Earth. You are just as kind of swinging up and down the corridor, or you will be coming back to DS-17 at the end of the week to help organize and escort the evacuation fleet, and then you're going to be doing a direct escort to all the way to an Earth. So this is just rendering general aid to everyone in the region.
Copy that.
But before you head out, I believe if Commander Arif wanted to speak to you, Captain.
Certainly. Is this something we need just between us, or should I bring the senior staff into the briefing room? Or
For what it's worth, the Reef's message wouldn't probably have said just you. He doesn't typically care about those type of questions.
So whoever you want to bring in.
let's definitely bring in Sorrel and Fox.
Alright.
And we'll go to the conference room.
And
Did somebody redecorate the conference room recently?
This is our conference room.
yeah, this is his conference room. And Arif, if you can tell us a bit about it, just set the scene for us.
Well, after Commander Keller gave me Captain Keller was promoted and gave me operational control of DS-17, I decided that my office was a little Spartan and lackluster, so I've been slowly starting to rebuild it. Obviously, Arif himself is a wood carver, so I'm making most of this myself, and I quite frankly have a prized rug that is simply on the ground. But aside from that, I like to give myself a little bit more homey of a vibe than a random 200-year-old space station would provide.
Excellent. So you make your way to the office, and you are met by Arif.
Enter.
We'll go ahead and enter.
Captain, nice to finally meet you.
Nice to meet you, Commander.
And as you go in, you can see that despite his politeness and cheer, there are definitely bags under his eyes, and he has the look of a man that's been working 23 hours a day for the last several weeks.
So what can you catch us up to speed on?
Well, quite frankly, Captain, we have quite a mess out there. We've tasked not only as many Starfleet ships as we could, but I've personally, quite frankly, begged both the Klingon and the Vorkula ambassadors on the station to lend as much support as we can, and well, quite frankly, it's all hands on deck. As I'm sure you are aware, the Ebon Expanse has recently, well, expanded rapidly, and well, it's creating a decent amount of panic, especially considering that we can't safely get inside there and check things out.
Do we have any idea what it is, what's causing it? Any background at all on it?
With a bit of a shrug, he says, "Well, we do have some conflicting reports from civilians, and from what I understand, the expedition is en route right now to try and answer some of those questions, and we've just transferred our research to the Nightingale in order to try to get us in there safely. But, well, the fact of the matter is, we're not sure. And quite frankly, I don't particularly care at this second. My job is to try to get as many people out of there as possible."
I understand that something destroyed the old Sovereign class expedition.
Nodding, he says, and he starts tapping a couple controls on his console before a little hollow image pops up, and he himself stands up and starts walking to the replicator before looking at all three of you questioningly.
Terrell raises an eyebrow.
Refreshments, anyone?
I don't want to spill anything on your nice carpet here.
That gets such a gracious smile from Arif. And he says, "Well, very well." And as he grabs himself a coffee and comes back, he says, as to the expedition, from what we understand, it seems like she ran into an eddy, a rather large one, and when she engaged in full reverse, it, well, quite frankly, tore the ship apart. I'd highly suggest that if you do have to skirt the area, you go as slow and smooth as possible.
Okay, we'll take precautions.
Excellent. And should there be anything that 17 can do for you at all, not only will we be forwarding all the latest information, but, well, quite frankly, if you need if you need me to try to call in some personal favors, well, when that fails, I'll ask Keller.
Okay. Oh, I also wanted to ask, do you know anything about these scavenger aliens?
Actually cocking his head a little bit to the side and looking a little confused, he says, as he rubs his temple, he says, please, Captain, enlighten me if you could.
We understood that some of the convoys were getting attacked and scavenged by a unknown alien race that might have been from the Expanse.
Oh, yes. As Reef stifles a bit of a yawn, he says, we, quite honestly, they haven't made it to 17 yet, and I've got a backlog of reports a mile long. They could be in here somewhere, but I'll be honest, I just haven't gotten to them yet. Lately, I've been simply trying to coordinate all the different fleets from the different species.
Okay. Well, as soon as you run across it or get the chance to dig into it, if you could send us any tactical information about them, we'd appreciate it.
You'll be the first call, Captain. Quite frankly, you guys will be the ones out there dealing with it, so it only makes sense.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Fox, Sorrel, any other questions for the station commander?
None at this time.
No.
In that case, as Zarif nods, he said he starts to stand up and say, "Well, gentlemen, I wish you the best of luck once again. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask, and we'll try to acquire the resources as swiftly as possible. From what I understand, you're shipping out now."
That's correct. We're going out on patrol.
Nodding, he says, "Well," with a bit of a shrug, "I know it might be a couple days late, but welcome to the area. I hope it treats you better than it's been treating most of us."
Well, thank you very much for your assistance.
And please, as I said, should you need anything on the way out, just don't hesitate to ask my XO, Commander Vogel, Lieutenant Commander Vogel.
Thank you. We'll take you up on that if we need to.
Nodding, he kind of sinks back into his chair, and as he wipes the holo display off, he starts tapping into his console again.
All right, and we'll make our exit.
Excellent. As you make your exit.
So is there a good coffee shop on this place?
There absolutely
With
is.
that line, Fox returns back to the ship.
It's owned by Sam. He's quite the fellow.
All right. You can and definitely do some preliminary research before you head out, and one last round to make preparations.
Is there any information you guys are interested in,
On the station?
or the situation in general?
Just the situation in general.
Well, I mean, so the briefing was rather brief. So, they didn't seem to have a good handle on exactly what had went wrong.
Right. Sounds like there are more questions than answers at this point.
Yeah. So, Sorrel would suggest we make observations.
Agreed.
So, let me recap this, and please let me know if Will, the player, is missing anything. This thing that we're calling the Ebon Expanse just sort of appeared, or did it already exist and then got bigger?
Existed and it's gotten bigger.
Okay. And that has caused a humanitarian crisis, which we are currently going to respond to.
Correct.
A force within the expanse itself has caused untold damage and displaced millions, yes.
All right. Now, we aren't in a specific evacuation because there's like way too many people, but we're just trying to render what aid we can, like sort of first responders.
Yep. You're going to be first responders on the scene, and you're just going to be patrolling the sector, answering distress calls, and seeing if there's any civilian ships that have run into trouble or just need to pick me up or are being harassed.
Mm-hmm. Are we also supposed to study this expanse phenomenon?
If you can, if you do gain any data, that would be great. But they're Nightingale and the expedition and will be working specifically on that task to find out
Gotcha.
more information. All right. Any other questions, or preparations?
think we should be okay. We're pretty much straight out of space dock, and I can't think of anything else. Do we have an assigned patrol route, or are we just kind of going where we get called?
That is something you can figure out. Sure, I got the right map here. Yeah. And map theme.
Yeah, I was looking at that map that you sent out. Those names in gray that are kind of evenly spaced, are those sectors or?
Those are sectors.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, which eventually I'm gonna grid this up, but we are sharing this region with 5 other ships, so it's kind of interesting getting a map all set up. So we are right here in the middle in the Niwa sector with DS-17, and Arith is up here. And they are caught smack dab in the middle of this firestorm that's just started.
All right. Do we know of any convoys that are en route at the moment?
None specifically. The Arethians have said that they basically loaded up all their ships that they had available and sent them out.
Okay, so they're just maybe scattered in between here and there.
Yeah. The Ebon Expanse and seems to be bleeding out an extra five light years in all directions. So that is hundreds of systems. Dozens of them are populated, possibly more.
Ooh, it's not good.
All
so
right.
Is Vera an ensign now, or?
Vera is fully an ensign, and now and during our break, she was dragged forcibly to Earth and saw San Francisco for the first time.
The real San Francisco.
The real San Francisco, not the dark universe.
Well, great. Now that we can call you ensign.
You can keep calling me Vera if you want, right? It's still a little weird.
Ensign Vera, then. All right, Ensign Vera, let's plot a course to an Earth. And we'll keep an eye out for ships coming and going along the way.
You may want to activate your chief engineer's program, as he was just sort of attached to an email sent over to you.
Are we supposed to open attachments to emails? I mean, I thought
that's right. Yeah, they told us not to do that.
We have been under assumption to not touch anything that was sent to us by unknown sources.
Yeah, I kind of traumatized them about opening emails and stuff, and there was a hacker involved. It was fun.
I mean,
I understand.
How much can we trust the Corps of Engineers to know what they're sending us is actually the thing?
Sorrel will order a level 3 security sweep to make sure.
I think it's in my spam folder.
And also, Ivovich, I was kind of working with the assumption that you were installed 2 weeks ago and you've been slowly integrated into the staff.
Yeah.
Yeah, just 2 weeks ago they got all the hollow emitters in, and you have your mobile emitter. It is not as cool as the doctors, but it's a softball size thing, and it just kind of hovers in the air and projects It hovers in the air and projects your matrix out, and it has a dramatic amount of battery life.
All right.
But while you're on the ship, you can just project yourself from the ship's computer or anywhere you need to be.
Well, then I'll transfer my program to the bridge.
All right. Let's get to the ship.
Because elevators are for chumps.
Elevators are for chumps. And the ship is a lot less disturbing since the last time you saw it.
There's no dance floor on the cargo bay.
There's no dance floor in the cargo bay. The carpet's been replaced.
Okay. Crew members are all wearing appropriate clothing.
Yes.
Okay, good.
No disco boots or cages or.
Yeah. It was a whole thing.
Man, bummer.
That's not a bummer. That's a good thing.
Yeah, the go-go boots were great for the uniform.
Go-go boots are optional
Go-go
now.
boots existed in the 22nd century.
They were very nice.
22nd and 23rd century. We're in the 24th century. Keep up with the times, old man.
Yeah, we're definitely putting the disco room next to your quarters.
I have a hammer. You have a face. How well did that go for you when you had to go up against an air box?
He didn't
The
die.
phaser.
You almost died.
As you're making
You didn't hit him at all.
as you're making this as banter, a hologram appears on the bridge. Just
That's going to take some getting used to.
Greetings, Captain.
I think maybe you could, phase in the elevator and then walk out.
That seems like a pointless waste of time to me.
How do we adjust the personality
I
settings
mean,
on
you
this
could
thing?
always consider that an order
Logical.
from the captain.
Well, if it is an order, then certainly.
Well, we'll get used to it. So, Lieutenant, how is engineering? Are we ready to go?
All systems operational, Captain.
Glad to hear it.
Commander Sorrell, I was hoping for your input on how to adjust the sensors to collect maximum data on the Ebon Expanse.
Naturally. Sorrel will be happy to.
I motion over to an engineering console.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Join you at that station.
Gonna be a little bit squirrely because you're not quite sure what you're looking for, so you're just trying to cast the widest net and the finest detail possible. But we can certainly create an advantage.
Mm-hmm. I noticed that Sorrel has a focus in sensor operations, and I have one in sensor calibration. So.
Oh, nice.
It's supposed to be initially control engineering diff 4, and then Sorrel can assist with control science.
Control science. Okay.
Yep, I got that backwards.
I'm rolling control engineering, you said?
Yep. Control engineering, and you are the lead. And your focus is in sensor calibration will totally apply. Would you like to purchase additional dice? And because you're a tight-knit crew, you gain another air momentum.
No, because there's only one person that has the trait.
Oh.
And we already have one. It can only go up to the maximum one.
Oh, okay. So it's per person who has that at talent. That's the threshold number. Okay.
I would like to buy an extra die for one momentum.
One extra dice, one momentum.
Off to a good start.
I'd say so.
Some of that sweet momentum.
What was our difficulty?
Difficulty 4. So, and then sensor science from the ship.
Who rolls for the ship?
It's kind of whoever wants to jump in.
Ross, how about you roll it?
Certainly. Bring this blood trade up now.
All right. As you've calibrated the sensors is to pick up as much data as you can. And we have a new trait. Oh. Sorry, I'm having technical issues with my lights here.
Are there 4 of them?
Actually, yes.
Good.
But things are acting weird in the physical world. But we do have our sensors calibrated. You are gonna be able to get additional information on anything you find about the Ebon Expanse.
Yeah, I think we need to figure out a way to watch out for those gravitational eddies. Get as much lead time on those popping up as we can.
We could potentially program Gyro to detect those and have him out in front.
That would
That's a good
certainly
idea.
help.
Might give us any early warning if we see any of those scavenger ships as well. So, make it possible.
Hi, Captain.
Still working on your phrase.
Yeah, I gotta find my catchphrase.
Get her done.
Nope. I'm gonna set this up eventually. Control science difficulty 3 to set up gyro.
Okay. Take a threat, GM. No need to reroll.
Get over here. Yeah. Excellent. 2 momentum generated. Gyro is deployed and will give you an early warning on any eddies that might come up.
Excellent.
As this tiny little drone about a meter across just kind of flits out and is leading your ship. Time to set a course.
For adventure?
Yeah.
Set course for adventure.
Yes, let's go ahead and undock from space dock here and head on out. Take us out there, and don't scratch the paint.
There you go. That's a good one.
When have I ever hit anything?
You're actually really good at not hitting things, even in insane situations. So, control con difficulty 3, assisted by ship's engines con.
Yep. Go ahead and take a threat.
Ain't gonna bite you in the ass.
Look, we're all about giving threat here in the Gungnir.
Just barely.
All right. As the lights come up on the Gungnir, the umbilical is detached. At all moorings cleared. Aired thrusters at station in keeping, and you slowly slide away from DS-17. I mean, you do a loop around the station, and from the promenade, we cut to see civilians and Starfleet officers watching the ship leave, pull out on your vector, angle out, and I should have been ready for this. Angle up, and you make the jump to warp. New scene. There we go. All sorts of technical difficulties. As you guys set off. First couple days, as you don't run into anything. On the third day, you run into a civilian vessel that had blown out a plasma compressor from an alien race that you were not familiar with, but they were congenial enough and very, very helpful and friendly. On the fourth day, however, you do pick up something. For a search pattern control con, difficulty 4, complication 2, and this is going to be assisted by reason science as you are doing a search pattern. Assisted by sensors. There's con, and then reason science as well.
Okay. Let's give you a singular threat, because I assume I'll get some help here. Or Vera can just
crush
that,
it.
I suppose.
In the end of the session is going to be awful.
Usually how this goes.
See many threat dumps from Fox.
Reason science.
It's an excellent search pattern there, Answer Vera.
Yeah, there was a whole week on them. I don't know how you all made it through more of that.
Reason science on the assist. Is that what you said?
Yes, please.
Gotcha. Yeah, we're in trouble.
I like how when you're doing well, you're all suspicious and you're like, nope, this is gonna turn bad for us.
Can't laugh.
You have 2 momentum on top of it, but I am going to whisper our con officer. Vera, you have some information on your console.
Captain?
Yes.
I think we've got a looks like a Klingon ship. It's not releasing a distress call, but it seems to be trapped in an eddy of sorts.
Now, the commander said that they had asked the Klingons for assistance, so that's probably why they're there. And they're trapped in an eddy?
Yeah, but they aren't asking for help. But that just might be,
Klingon pride.
yeah.
Well, why don't we introduce ourselves and say hello? Let's open a channel to the Klingon ship.
We do have 2 in momentum, and Sorrel, you can also ask a question as well if you want any additional information.
So, I'm sorry. What did Vera detect?
A Klingon ship trapped in an eddy, but not giving out a distress call.
So trapped in the that was the part I was missing. Trapped in the eddy, but not giving out a distress call. Does the do we detect any life signs on the Klingon vessel?
I would take that for the science question, and you are approximately approximately 100 life signs.
The Klingon ship is crewed, Captain.
Do we detect any of those scavenger ships in the area?
Take that for a momentum.
Okay.
You are not detecting any of the scavenger ships, but they have been notoriously a hard to spot. But as of this far, they appear to be alone in space.
All right, we'll go ahead and hail the Klingon ship and see what's going on, what they say.
You attempt to open in a channel. They do not acknowledge, but the channel appears to be open.
Klingon vessel, this is Captain Ross to the Federation starship Gungnir. Do you require any assistance?
No response.
Okay, I think we need to go in and take a closer look, but I got a bad feeling about this. I wonder why.
Given the fact that there are scavengers in the area, do we know if they're actually Klingon life signs and not the life signs of the scavengers?
Would Cyril be able to tell?
Not at this range.
All right, let's drop out of warp, go to red alert, and move in slowly, half impulse or so.
All hands, red alert. All hands, red alert. As the ship goes to red alert, shields come up, weapons come online, the klaxons on blare, and everyone and goes to their stations. As you drop out of warp. All right, you drop out of warp, out here at this range, and you can see that this is a D7 and Katinga class, as that is caught in a gravitational eddy, and it's just sitting there rocking back and forth, or in the gravimetric waves.
Klingon vessel, this is the Federation starship Gungnir. Do you require any assistance?
gruff Klingon voice crackles over the speakers. We do not require our assistance, Federation dogs.
Is this the captain of the Klingon vessel?
I am Law Kinthal of House Deimos.
Captain, I thought we were kind of on the same side these days. Do we have to be enemies here?
Also, we have no canine species serving aboard the Gungnir at this time.
Yeah, thank you, Commander.
No problem.
Look, if we're here trying to evacuate the civilian population here, I think we should be working together. Our sensors tell us that you're trapped in a gravitational eddy. Perhaps we could be of assistance and work together on this.
There's a long silence. It would be foolish to not. It would be foolish not to accept help. We will accept your help to get out of this city, but no more.
Understood. We'll do what we can.
And now we are in a very messy situation. What would you like to do?
All right, let's go down to yellow alert. Power down our weapons, showing that we're not hostile.
Yellow or I?
Could we tractor them out?
Yeah, that might be a good idea, unless you have any other alternatives.
The only other thing I can think is some way to disrupt or dissipate the eddy.
Can we do any type of analysis to see what might work best?
You certainly can. Reason, science. Double check my range here. 1, 2, 4. And +1 because it's kind of funky. And there's a complication. Then sensors. There's science. All right. Getting that all together. Reason science difficulty 5, complication 2 at this range. You can move closer, but that would require a con check to bring you alongside close enough without falling in.
Are we getting the advantage of the sensor calibration we did before we left Stardock?
The sensor calibration will give you extra. No. Oh, it can give you a calibration. Difficulty 4.
Okay.
The complication is from an unrelated system.
Gotcha.
I think we'll keep our distance for the moment until we know more about these.
Hi, Captain. Take 3 threat, GM.
3 threat, aye. All right, that's 2, 4. Okay, so what do you want to know? You have like 5 questions you can ask.
All the things.
All the things. Anything in specific?
Is the eddy exhibiting? So this is a gravimetric eddy, correct? So it's exhibiting
Correct.
a gravitational pull. Do we detect a source for the eddy? Is it creating a subspace distortion? Is there some other kind of field that is generating the eddy?
I'm gonna hand that back to you. There is no apparent source for this.
Okay. So it just kind of appeared out of the ether.
Mhm.
Is there a way to depress or dissipate the gravitational effect that the eddy is having on the Klingon ship? Apparent from our scans.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So, in analyzing the eddy, is it apparent that there may be a method for either dissipating the eddy or temporarily suppressing it so that the Klingon ship can escape?
If you can find the exact frequency of the eddy, you can create a counter gravimetric pulse to kind of suppress the eddy long enough for them to get out of the way. However, that's complicated because as this continuing class has many breaches on it.
Oh, the ship itself has breaches?
The ship itself is all sorts of torn up.
So is there a risk in that path of further damaging the Klingon ship? Is that what you're... or is the complication that even once depressed, it may not be able to move out of the area to begin with?
Once depressed, it may not be able to move out on its own power.
I gotcha.
Fact.
So they've been tearing themselves apart trying to get out themselves.
Right.
In fact, just a casual glance, and here's the ship information for the continuing class.
So perhaps we combine our two ideas. We suppress the eddy and then use the tractor to get the Klingon ship out of range of the eddy.
I think that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
All right. You still have 4 float.
4 float. Okay.
What can we do to get an advantage here, maybe?
Get the specific frequency of
The eddy.
Yeah.
That's complicated from what I understand, so perhaps we could make that a little less complicated.
You can make that a little less complicated from here.
And then perhaps to spend the rest of the float, the most most advantageous angle with which to take. What we want to minimize the damage to the ship in tractoring it out. So whatever would minimize that.
You can find an optimal anchor points that are parts of the ship that are actually functional at the moment.
Excellent. I'll give the options to the captain.
All right, I like those options. Let's reduce that gravitational eddy as best we can, tractor him out at the best spots, and hope for the best.
All right, so first thing first, we have the suppressing the eddy. Let's do this. Science and actually, one more step before that, we have to find out exactly what frequency to suppress the eddy at. Diff 4. And as you've been standing here or discussing this, yes, you look around and the lights on the bridge are not as bright as they should be. So it's making things a little harder to see.
I'll run a system diagnostic to find out the cause.
Absolutely. Yeah, sensors and science. So this is the role for you, Sorrel, and then we'll get to the ship diagnostics after this.
Testing a theory.
I will allow that. And this is with the advantage as you created.
Okay. Oh, it's a big comp range. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and.
Which that comp range is because of a trait in the scene.
What trait would that be?
You are not aware of it yet, but it is affecting you.
I'm gonna give you 2 threat to get to 4 die. Figured that. I'll reroll the comp.
So, and that was 2 threat, correct?
Correct.
I am multitasking. All right, that is 4, 5, 6, 7. You have 3 flat threat above that. 3 momentum. Yep, that's the word I was looking for.
Can
Float,
we?
you have 3 of it.
Can we spend to make the next roll a little easier?
Yes,
Maybe
as you found yeah, you found a very particular frequency, and you've eliminated a bunch of significant figures.
Excellent.
1 more float.
I got nothing, guys. I'm gonna let it roll roll off unless someone has an idea.
Can we use that float to figure out what's causing the power drain on the diagnostics?
I'll allow that. It's a complication of the gravimetric eddy, which doesn't make sense initially.
I think these are more than mere gravitational eddies.
But yeah, you can tell, Sorrel, you're able to tell that it has a significant power drain. They are unable to keep power up. Part of that is because as they have a cracked warp core, they have breaches in engines that's preventing them from holding power. But there's also an active drain on their EPS systems that you can detect.
And we're experiencing some partial effect of that as well. Okay.
However, we also want to look into the lights.
Yes.
Reason.
Yeah.
And engineering. Yeah, this is your ship. This is your ship, and it's just the lights. It's not that hard. Reason engineering difficulty 2, assisted by sensors engineering, and the comp 1 still stands.
Okay. Anybody mind if I spend threat? Or I spend momentum, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm just going to buy an extra die.
Just 1?
Yep. And let's see. I don't think any of my focuses apply.
Diagnostics, ship power systems.
Electroplasma power systems.
Yes. Because the lights are powered
And
by
the-
electroplasma.
And the complication range is standard, which is what? I forgot.
This is
one?
comp 1, so it'll be comp between 19 and 20.
Gotcha.
I need to make harder rolls for you guys.
Don't
That was
worry.
Yeah, Fate is bringing those later.
Yep.
All right.
Well, I mean, with the way the rules work, it makes sense to spend a momentum on something that you're really good at when the difficulty is low to generate more momentum for later. Or am I remembering that right?
Yes. But you have two float. The issue is not with the power systems. The ship's computers and diagnostics says, yeah, the lights are receiving all the power that they need. No filaments are burnt out. You're not detecting a significant power drain. There is something else happening outside of the ship that is affecting this, is what you've come up with.
Okay. Can I spend a momentum to gain more information?
Absolutely.
All right. I will spend one momentum, and do I need to be moving these, or does the GM, the momentum chips?
I handle the momentum chips myself. So.
Gotcha. I would like to try and pinpoint a source. Where is the energy being drained from our ship?
It appears to be a slightly more or significant the more forward you get in the ship. The aft sections have more light available to them, but the more forward you get, the stronger the effect is. But it's extraordinarily.
You're cutting out a lot. Could you say that again?
The fore of the ship is slightly darker than the aft of the ship, but it's a very subtle difference, like 5% difference. And it's between the very front of the ship and the very aft of the ship.
Okay. Using that, using that information, could I infer a boundary line based on the drainage effect to figure out what distance it experiences drain and what distance does not?
Yes, it appears to be just a very simple inverse square. The closer you are the stronger it gets, and just over the length of the ship, it's 5% and stronger. So if you were to back off from this eddy, you would have to back off like almost out of the star system, and you would be out of effect. If you get any closer, the lights are going to get dimmer and dimmer. So each range band you go in, and the lights are going to get dimmer as photons are being snatched out of the air, seemingly.
I'm going to start working on a way to shield the EPS grid from this draining effect.
Okay.
I convey all this information to the rest of the bridge crew.
Okay. Well, that makes sense.
Do we still have the manual yoke in the con panel?
Yes, you do.
Yep. Awesome. She'll start switching that on. Just in case.
One thing I'd like to do is see if we can start getting a lock on a transporter lock on the Klingons, just in case this thing does start to fall apart. I'd like to be ready to beam off as many as we can.
2 momentum, you can set up that advantage.
Okay. And Mr. Fox, could you have security teams in each transporter room to welcome our guest, just to make sure everybody stays in line?
And he sets that up.
Yep, you can and deploy your security teams to the transporter rooms.
All right, let's test this theory and see if we can get this Klingon ship out.
Let's see if we can shield your EPS systems a bit. No, the ship's not going to help because as you were doing something to the ship. So, control, engineering, difficulty 3, comp 2.
Okay, I'm going to use a minor action to activate my neural interface talent to commune with the ship's computer directly. And I will roll for that.
Well, that's kind of handy.
Yeah. Does electroplasma power systems focus apply?
Yes, it does.
All right, and I'm going to spend 1 momentum to get an extra die, and this lets me re-roll the. I have it pulled up right here.
Reroll damage. Reroll all D20 gained from using the ship systems. However, anytime the ship suffers a breach, you also suffer 3 challenge dice of stress. Okay. Yeah. So you get a reroll off that.
Is there a simple and easy way to do that, or do I just have it do a slash roll command?
Slash roll, or you can just go in your sheet and just set it. Set it to 1 dice and hit it again.
Okay, I got a 20.
That's not good.
Not at all.
No, that is not. Would you like to quash that?
I'm sorry, what?
You can use momentum
To re-roll?
Yeah.
It's not to reroll, but if you have two momentum, you can use that to kind of cover up a complication. Say, nope, that doesn't happen. But it costs 2 momentum to do that. Or if you want, you can just let it fly, and I get to have fun with it.
Okay, so I could spend 2 momentum, cancel the complication, but it would still count as a failure, correct?
It would still count as a failure, yes.
Okay, then I will do that. And because I have backup plans, we only lose 1 momentum because we gain 1 whenever I fail a roll.
Indeed.
Don't forget, you can also use your determination to deal with that complication as well, which would be good for your character advancement bit that we're doing now.
Okay, I'll think about that later.
Yep. At any point, if you fail a roll or you're coming up to a difficult roll once a session, and you have 1 point of determination, and that you can spend on any value or any directive. In order to get the auto success, you have to call it beforehand. But if you just get a bad roll, you can use determination to reroll all the dice in the pool. And generally, you get 1 of those a session, but there are ways of getting more.
Okay, I'm good.
All right. Yeah, you are unable to patch the system up to shield it from its effect. If you get any closer, or you are going to be suffering dimmer and dimmer lights. You can try again, but it'll be a little bit harder. Or we can just run with it.
How much momentum do we have left? Just 3?
Yep.
Captain, I was unable to shoot the EPS grid. There's something else I can try, but it's riskier.
Let's hold off on that until it actually becomes a problem.
Aye, aye, sir.
All right, so we have the waveform set up. Let's see if we can quash this wave and pull them out. Social science, difficulty 4, comp 3. All right, redoing this. Control science, base difficulty 2, 1, and then we have those 2 complications. 2, then structure and science. And that is with the, and that is including the calculations you did previously.
I may be having some problem with my glasses. That looks like a comp 5 to me, and I can't possibly be right.
It is.
It's right.
Okay.
There.
So my theory on.
It's a class 2 anomaly, and the lights are kind of dimming on the bridge, so it's a little hard to see. And for some reason, you are just getting this weird haze in the back of your mind.
So my theory on complications is to roll the minimum number of dice, but I am going to spend a threat to get the 3rd dice, so I'll have a reroll.
Can Axel assist?
Axel can assist with control engineering, as you are powering up the deflector ray to do things deflector rays are not designed to do.
Well, here we go. Okay. Rerolled 1. I got the difficulty, but there's a complication. Spend 2 momentum to quash one of those complications.
Axel, did you want to help, or are you staying off this?
I would recommend not rolling that.
What can I do to help?
Control engineering, and just 1 dice. So it's complication 5.
We've hit the
actually, for
level.
you, it was complication 4.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be worth it, because if you could get the extra momentum, maybe we could quash the other one. But I don't know. Your decision.
Okay. I will roll. I will spend our last momentum and really hope this helps.
No, you're just assisting, so it's just us 1.
Yeah.
Just 1 d20.
Oh. Okay.
1 d20 with control engineering.
With the comp range at 5.
4.
Comp range of 4 for him.
4, right, yeah, that's right.
Sorrel and Ross specifically have an increased comp range for raisins.
Yeah. Let's see.
How do you get it?
I got a 2.
Nice. Did you have a focus for this?
What was the roll related to again?
Using the deflector dish to do some technobabble.
The only one that would apply maybe is EPS systems.
I will take it. So that is 2 momentum generated. I'm assuming you want to use that to squash the other comp.
Correct.
Yes.
As you are setting up this field parameter and getting the field theory going. Sorrel, there's just this buzzing in the back of your head, and that's distracting you, but you're kind of shaking it off and just as powering through it. Axel, you actually found a critical error in the formula Sorrel was making, and you managed to catch it before the order goes to the deflector dish, and you're able to correct it.
Oh, right. Carry the 1, of course.
Yep, you forgot to carry wrong one because of that complication, but you managed to get it, and the Katinga class stopped shaking.
Pardon my boarding house reach, Commander.
Not at all.
You're what now?
It's an expression when someone reaches into someone else's space. It's a
Reaching for the
boarding
mashed
house
potatoes on the other side of the person next to you.
reach.
All right.
Vulcan does not care about such things. I appreciate the help.
In order to the wave is suppressed as actively, that is going to take a 3 power and 1 additional power per turn, and you keep that up. And in order to get in tractor beam range, you will have to get closer.
How much closer?
Tractor beams only work at close range.
And the Klingon vessel is completely out of power. They can't get themselves out since we've dampened the field.
They cannot get themselves out. You would have to send repair teams over. Or just drag him out.
All right. Let's slowly move in to tractor beam range, but not a kilometer closer.
Just FYI, I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that because I have the backup plans talent, anytime I or an ally fails, you add 1 to the group's momentum.
Oh, really? That's when anyone.
Yeah.
Let me double check.
It's on page 243 of the player's guide.
Whenever you or an ally fails attacks, you may add 1 point to the group momentum. Yeah. That is.
Which to me seems insane, but I don't know. They don't seem to have retconned it as yet.
It might have to be nerfed just a little bit, because that will get crazy.
Yes,
For most
absolutely.
of us.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna play it as. I'm gonna play as written though, so. Yeah, just anytime someone fails at a task, just remind me of backup plans, and we'll get you that momentum. I
mean, I guess we at the very least we would have to say that our characters have to be in the same scene together.
Yeah.
Like if I'm doing shit down in engineering and you are all up on the bridge, then it wouldn't.
I also don't see how an engineer's backup plans would help somebody who is punching things. So, me failing a lot would.
True.
My thing would not be helped by his backup plans.
I would allow it to help, but yeah, generally you would have to be in the same scene or within communication with each other. All right. Control con, assisted by engines con, difficulty 3, comp, and I messed up the comp 2 because it's getting dark.
Okay. Just a second.
Do holograms need to see in the dark? Or need light to see?
Mm-hmm. The doctor was affected by light conditions. Vera, this is your ball.
Ensign Vera?
I have push to talk on. That would really help if I said words.
Said words and button push. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
You're fine.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and roll for it. I'm not gonna spend threat because we're already getting pretty up there.
Oh, come on. What's the worst that can happen?
Nothing.
Vera, you're fired.
Hired and
Vera is a legend.
Vera is a legend. And the ship, yep.
If you ask her to drive something, it will be driven.
Well done.
That will cost 1 power for impulse engines, but you're able to very easily glide into close range. Now for the spending a 2 threat. Fox, you go to activate the tractor beam system, but there is an error message. Between the gravimetric eddy and the counterwave projected by the deflector dish, you're unable to get a tractor beam lock. There's too many gravimetric fields for the tractor beam to figure out what the heck is doing. Even with our advantage of being able to identify the best anchor points. Huh? This is an anchor points. This is just getting the tractor beam aimed out of the emitter in the first place.
Oh, okay.
Compensate. Sorry, that was my energy.
Buttons harder.
Try harder.
Yeah, hit the buttons harder. You're asking a hammer to be precise. I don't know what you want from this.
You can brute force through this, but it's going to be a super complicated.
What you're saying is, you want more threat, and you're making Fox do things.
And then structure security, E for tractor beams.
Man.
Ivan Mitch, you were saying something?
Is there any adjustment that I can make to the tractor beam to help it penetrate all these random gravimetric fields, or ambient gravimetric fields?
You can certainly try.
All right, I will try.
Control engineering. Actually, the comp range would go up because you're closer to the center of the field. And control engineering difficulty 3, complication 3. See if you can and reconfigure the tractor beam to punch through this.
All right, spending a momentum to get an extra die.
Did anybody assist on that one?
How would you assist?
I'm since using my background in engineering, I'd help him out with the with the programming?
Yeah, you can jump in and control engineering assist.
Okay.
I think we might have gotten there.
I think you got it.
Indeed.
That is 4, 5, 6, 7 on a diff 3, so that's 4 momentum generated. Easy.
All I'm saying from this is you guys didn't want me to have any fun.
What would have been fun?
I could have gotten complications.
All right, you have 1 float. How would you like to use it?
Can we reduce the complication of getting the tractor beam lock on the Klingon vessel?
Is that the question for me, or?
Yeah, it's your float. Or
Then yeah, that would be great if we could reduce complication. Mm-hmm.
All right, so your roll now is difficulty 3, complication 3 for the controlled security roll.
Alright. I'm still giving you 6.
6 threat.
Yep. And closest I would have would be tactical systems.
That would work. Tractor beam is a tactical system.
Okay.
It's a made-up focus.
Onwards and downwards, and here's to all red zeros. Aw. Yeah, I'm re-rolling that one. I really want to try for a complication.
Oh my goodness! Oh my
God damn it.
goodness!
Whoa!
2.
One time I want red
Two.
zeros. The one time.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
This isn't even like us being like powerful. It's just good, really good.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 on a diff 3. What the heck, man?
They all
We
just
send the
disappear.
Klingon
I'm not
cruiser
using-
flying into the next sector.
I'm not using any of
win.
the float. They can just disappear.
We just win.
We crush the ship like a beer can.
No. Actually, other way around.
Actually,
Can I spend the get complications?
nope. But I am.
He's got plenty of thread for that.
2, 3,
Good.
and then need 6, 8. All right. As you grab a tractor beam and you are able to push. Are you pushing them or pulling them?
Probably pulling him away from the thing so we don't pass through it.
Okay. You pull them out slowly, backing out. When let's see, that was that many dice. And suddenly, your tractor beam catches something being launched from the front of the ship, and it is is screaming towards you. And click.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've 6 damage, and it's straight to shield because I spent for piercing 8. As a torpedo is launched and just slams straight into your hull. Boom! And everyone's rocked out of their seats.
Did this torpedo come from the Klingon ship?
From momentum, I can answer that.
Yeah, we got plenty.
It did.
Well, that's gratitude for you.
Yeah, really.
Initiative. Damage systems. There we go. Your weapon systems has been hit.
How much damage did we take to shields?
6 damage.
The chief engineer says, "I'm disappointed, but not surprised."
Are the Klingons free of the disturbance? The gravitational disturbance now?
At this point, yes, they are free. But they did just try to kick you in the nads.
Right, yeah. Disengage tractor beam.
Disengaged, and they are starting to delist.
All right.
As they have no motive power.
Let's back off a fair bit. Does that also solve our power issues as well?
Yeah, if you back up a fair bit out, you can and get out of range of the eddy.
This is the Gungnir to Klingon ship. Why did you fire upon us? Oh, and take us to red alert.
All hands, red alert. Which is pretty much standard. You know, they just threw rocks at you. And they are gonna try something.
With no power?
They're trying to fix that.
Would prefer they try to explain themselves.
They don't appear to be talking now.
Do we have a registry on this Klingon ship?
You have not looked it up.
I'm gonna suggest we do so.
Yeah, this is gonna be a difficulty 4 task. Got a bit of complication. I'm just gonna spend 2. But let's see it. They appear to be doing something besides answering you.
Okay, well, I think we've done our fair duty getting them out of that gravitational eddy, but I don't want to stick around and have a fight with them. Especially if they're supposed to be helping us with the evacuation. Let's get out of here. They can sort themselves out now. They can call for help from their own people.
Oh. Yeah.
Let's get back on our patrol course and notify DS-17 about what just happened, and they can contact the Klingons from their end.
And
All right,
why
taking us out.
One moment.
I still think we should identify the ship.
Yeah, go ahead.
For some reason, isn't my... I don't know why my key bindings things aren't working. To update the threat counter on the stream.
Tach have more honor than this Klingon show.
Yeah, really. Of course, you got to remember this tale about the scorpion, you know.
Yeah.
Yep.
We just had an education in that.
All right. Identifying the ship. He's in con, difficulty E2, assisted by computers con.
Vera? Is it Vera?
Yep, just a second. Recent. I'm not gonna spend anything.
Gain in a momentum. I am going to send this to your console. Do. Information sent.
Seems we ran into a house that is enemies of the Empire and the Federation. A house Damos?
Oh, really?
I can
So they were not helping.
I can clarify for or one momentum.
Sure.
Specifically, about a year and a half ago, the Klingon Empire went through a purge of disloyal and dishonorable houses that did not align with Martok and the new Khitomer alliance. House Deimos was on the wrong side of that, and does not wish for the Klingon Empire to stand alongside the Federation. So they
like
have been
a rogue house.
Yep, they're rogue house. They've been disaccommodated officially by the Empire, and they have been labeled as insurrectionists and terrorists.
Well, that changes things. We can't have them wandering around our backyard at this time, messing things up. Mr. Fox.
However, as you are pulling back and pulling up this information, something appears on top of you. As quite suddenly a whoosh, another eddy appears right on top of you. And I need all the players in the ship to make
Not a fitness.
It's a fitness.
Doggone.
Okay, more threat spends.
Yes, fitness con diff 2 as the ship is rocked hard to the side.
And can I argue fitness security?
I'll accept it.
How about fitness engineering?
How about fitness science?
And
Do you
No,
have a
fitness
focus
science-
for sudden eddies?
Fitness science
Don't
is for
fucking
our
start.
science stuff.
A serious question. Can I use composure as a focus?
Composure, or yes.
I'm gonna
go ahead,
spin
take
a,
a threat.
yeah,
And
I'm gonna spin a threat too.
the closest
plenty of
I would
momentum there,
have
guys.
would be. I like using threat.
No, you're right. I'll spend momentum though. I will.
Plus, I'm using security. So. Yeah.
Welcome
Closest
to
I
the
would have for a
library.
focus would be boxing.
Except boxing and focus. Welcome to the library, Kern. We are
I'm
playing
keeping it.
Star Trek Adventures, and as of now, we are in the middle of a rescue effort that turned sour when they found out that these Klingons are not exactly friendly to the Federation, and now we are stuck in the same gravitational eddy that we just pulled them out from. All right,
I'm going to
so
spend a point of momentum for myself.
1 point momentum. Sorrel, you did a point, and Fox, you did threat because it's you.
Yep. I'm not rerolling that comp. Have fun.
And I wish we had a doctor, but okay.
It'll be
And-
fine.
And we need the engineer, Ivanovich, and
Ivan.
Does a hologram need to do that?
Vera. Yeah.
Vera's right above you.
Oh,
Vera
you-
rolled it before the task roll. Yeah.
yep. Vera's got it. Sorrel's got it. Fox is biffed. And
what
then
are we rolling again?
fitness
con?
Well,
con.
not around, yeah.
Yep, as the ship is buckled around and thrown about.
I argued security. That's why I was able to roll that.
Lucky. Nat got a nat 1 on that, but yes, everyone except for Fox is able to keep their footing as Fox
He starts to fall over and then just reformats his image.
yep.
I can't do that.
Not a thing for humans.
No, it's not.
You go flying over the console and you take three stress.
It's nothing to Fox.
Nah, it's fine.
Yeah,
And-
it's
and
nothing. It's nothing when you have 17.
He lands at the feet of Tavel, who offers him her hand to get back up.
And he ignores her.
Eh.
But now you are caught in the a gravitational eddy. This is a class 2 you Eddie. And spending threat, it suddenly gets worse. Oh wait, which layer was that on? Map layer? That was on map layer. It is now a class 3 Eddie, as somehow out of the gravimetric shearing and the power drain effects get stronger.
Captain, I would recommend we get out of this soon.
One sec. I'm sorry about that. I had a situation.
Can we use the deflector dish to suppress the eddy again and then leave under our own power?
Yeah, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
I'd be willing to try that.
It's gonna be a lot harder now that you're inside.
What do you mean? It's easier. We can see it better.
I mean, we're not able to maneuver out of it just
Up close.
under impulse engines, right?
No, I would not suggest that. As that's what tore apart the Sovereign
Expedition.
the expedition. They tried backing out of it, and the gravimetric shear ripped it in half.
Yeah, let's try the dampening thing again.
I can reroute power from the impulse engines to it.
Do it.
Absolutely. I'll call that an advantage. Control engineering, difficulty 3, complication 4. Because as a ship is shaking and things are going crazy on the Gungnir right now. And something is actively trying to steal power from you.
How much does it cost to buy 2 extra dice with
Either
momentum?
3 threat or 3 momentum, or a combination thereof.
Okay.
Use all the momentum you need.
Okay. I'm going to buy 2 dice with momentum. And I assume EPS applies as a focus.
Yes. That you are literally shunting power from one system to another. You got it with 2 float. Would you like to use that to quash?
Yes.
All right. As you are rerouting power to from the impulse engines into the deflector dish, there's a little bit of a errant power surge, but you managed to damp it back down. You have auxiliary power to the deflector dish.
All right. We're ready to proceed with dampening.
All right, Sorrel, can you do your thing?
Is it my thing or Vera's thing? With the
It's your thing first, and then Vera's thing.
all right, my thing then. How hard is my thing?
Let's see. Normally
It's a loaded
this
question there.
it's quite complicated, but you have done it before, so it's not gonna be that complicated. And for some reason, and structure science to make the deflector dish do things. It's complication 5 for you, Sorrel. It's complication 4 for the ship. As again, there's just this weird buzzing in the back of your mind. You can't quite shake it.
Interesting. Do I have any way of figuring out what that buzzing in my head is?
You could stop and figure it out.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and roll with this, but after that, I'm going to stop and figure it out. Okay, testing a theory.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, did 4. Okay. 2 more threat for the 4th die. Here we go. Son of a bitch.
Whoa.
That is super dampened. That is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 onto 4, so 3 momentum generated.
All right, Vera, back us out of here.
Nice and easy.
Yeah, very gentle light.
It's Daring Con. Engines Con. Daring Con difficulty 3, complication 3, assisted by Engines Con.
Hey,
And you lose 2 power.
Hey, is that threat that's lower than momentum?
Yes.
Whoa.
Let's give you a threat. And boom. Bold.
Yep. And Engines Con from the ship.
Does the fact that I'm using the manual help with the power drain at all?
No, power drain is from a completely different issue.
That's fair. Figured it was worth asking.
Although later on there is a specific talent, and I think Ink you can get it to get customized ship controls, but specifically make the manual yoke much more effective. But you managed to pull yourself out. But as you pull out, Fitness Con on Div 2, everyone.
Okay.
I'll use a point of momentum.
All right.
Can I argue security again?
Security and boxing, yes.
All right. And take 3. Because you seem to be a bit low. I'm going to re-roll that 2. God damn it.
I'm spinning momentum.
This sounds like something that has a collision risk with my body.
Technically, yes. Vera?
Yes.
Oh, never mind. I keep missing in your rolls. All right, so
Yeah, no, I was bringing it up
Let's
because
go,
I only
Vera.
rolled 1.
yep. But yeah, this would be a collision risk, so you can bring the difficulty down to 1. So, Axel, you, the ship shakes, rattles, and rumbles out, and a couple of the hollow emitters on the bridge frits out, and you take 2 stress as to you, but you're able to reconfigure and kind of move yourself over to the side.
I'm a little blurry and wobbly at the moment, but
Yep.
otherwise,
Somebody adjust the horizontal hold on the engineer, please. Anybody remembers how to do that?
I keep clipping into a bulkhead and I'm stuck.
Yep. And I don't want to be here anymore. Klingon's gonna try something. Control engineering. All right, so diff 2, this is gonna be diff 3. Aha! And just as you pull out, the Continua class disappears from view.
Will they just warp out?
Where did they?
They cloaked.
Oh, cloaked. Crap. Forgot about that.
I suggest we do the same.
If we had a cloaking device, we could.
Nope, tried that once, didn't go well.
Exit the area.
Yeah, let's put some light years between them and us. Let's resume our patrol course. Warp 6.
All right, stand down from red alert.
Once we've gotten out of there, yeah.
I'm going to, the chief engineer will copy all of the data on our gravimetric eddy dampening technique and transfer to his station to go over it and start working on a formal protocol for it.
Absolutely. And you're able to warp out, and the further and further you get away, the lights come back, power generation comes back, power reset, shields reset, and all the complications you had before go away.
Does the buzzing in the head stop?
You are not sure. Insight or fitness is medicine difficulty 1.
Okay. You said insight or fitness?
Yeah.
Was Sorrel the only person having that buzzing?
No. Oh, Ross, you had it as well, but you were not making any rolls, so you didn't notice it. You were just kind of like sitting in your chair or giving orders and monitoring the situation.
I'll spin a momentum.
Okay. And gain it back. Indeed. Again, in line with the inverse square error law, the further you get away from this, the easier it gets.
Do I have any sense of what was impacting? I guess my ability to concentrate, or some sort of physical manifestation. Did it feel like a headache?
It didn't quite feel like a headache. It felt like sensory noise.
But not something everyone was experiencing, just myself.
You, Sorrel, Are you asking people around the bridge about it? Or?
Yeah, I will. Ask if anyone
You've got it. Sorrel, L has it. Tavel,
Wait.
also,
I am Sorrel.
Tavel also reports or something similar now that she thinks about it.
What about Captain Rost?
Ross also would report it.
So, hypothesis, some kind of psionic interference.
And Daiba would also report that.
Does Diva have telepathic?
Daiba is Beta Z.
Beta said, yeah. Okay.
So that
Strong.
seems to be the theme.
Strong hypothesis.
Indeed. As we are going to stand down from Red Alert, and we are gonna go on a quick break.
Psionics, the phrenology of the 24th century.
Pretty
I
much.
Recommend we put on the tinfoil hats next time we go in, Captain.
Yeah, we still have those Indolin devices, right?
Indeed you do.
We should test that sometime.
Yeah.
So how long a break?
5 to 10 minutes. I just need to get up, stretch my legs, and
All right.
put up a fan. I'm sweating. And when we come back, we will find out more about the new frontier and these strange eddies we've been running into. So we'll catch you all then.
Right.
If you're not here, raise your hand. Yep, that's fine. Thank you, Ghoul. All right, and let's get back into this. It has been about 6 hours since your encounter with the pothole, the gravimetric eddy, and the violent encounter with House Demos. Captain, what would be the ship's alert status?
We're gonna stay at yellow alert with shields up. Just to be on the safe side still.
Okay, yellow alert, shields now still up.
And I think we need to make a call to DS-17 and let the Admiral know what's going on.
Yep. And I believe there's a couple reports you wanted to tie up. All right, let's get communications up. You still have a breach in the weapons and system, but you can override that. Control engineering, difficulty 3 with communications. This is to establish its communications with DS-17.
Okay. Actually,
you want me to set that up?
Sure, well, go ahead.
All right.
And new scene, so all stress, all power, or all shields reset.
Let's see. So, if I understand this right, I can gain 1 threat and spend 1 momentum to get 2 extra dice.
It's one. It's basically 1 token for the 3rd dice, 2 tokens for the 4th dice, and 3 tokens. It's scaling. So if you want 4 dice total, it'll be 3 threat or momentum.
I'll just spend 1 momentum.
All right.
I've established a line with DS-17, Captain.
Connection established.
Okay, we were just in an encounter with a Klingon battle cruiser from a rogue house that was not involved in the evacuation. They were trapped in a gravitational eddy. We were able to rescue them from that eddy, but then they turned around and fired upon us. At that point, we became trapped in a new eddy, and were able to remove ourselves from that. At that point, they cloaked and disappeared. Instead of continuing the confrontation, I decided to leave the area. But it appears that we do have at least 1 rogue Klingon element in the area.
DS-17 acknowledges. We're still about 3 days out from the evac fleet being here, so make your way back.
Back to DS-17?
Be back here by 3 days, so in 72 hours.
Okay. And you said it took us 3 or 4 days to get where we are now, right?
Mm-hmm. So you
Probably
could
time to turn
stay.
around.
Yeah, you could stay out here for a little bit, or you could just turn around.
We'll continue the patrol just until we absolutely have to turn back at our cruise speed.
We can calculate that out. Reason and con diff 3 assisted by computers con. Figure out the max amount of time you can stay out here.
Okie dokie. Let's hand you a threat.
Thank you.
Bold. Hey.
And computers. There we go. That's momentum. You could probably stand another 12 hours out here before you hit bingo and you have to run back.
Okay. We'll stay along the convoy route, patrol route, and until we need to and head back.
Was there anything else that anyone wanted to do while we're still out here? I believe Ivan Vitch, you wanted to do a report or put a report together.
Yes, to write up a formal procedure for engineers who are trying to dampen a gravitic eddy near the Ebon Expanse.
Presence engineering is kind of a complicated procedure, but the computers can help. And Sorrel, if you want to assist, you certainly can.
Okay.
Kind of help with the math. And then computers engineering, to just write this up.
Okay. And can I use my focus for Starfleet protocol to write this?
Absolutely.
And my presence really sucks, so I am going to spend 3 momentum and get 2 extra dice.
That tracks. 3 momentum, 2 extra dice. You managed to put together in a way that is not super technical, but feasible. That is 3 momentum above it. So gain 3 momentum. And at the end of the episode, just sometime over the next week, feel free to write a log, just kind of detailing how this works, and it will be a fleet-wide advantage.
Excellent.
And Mr. Sorrell, I think we probably ought to brush up on the techniques for finding the cloaked Klingon ship. Whatever sensor modifications we need to do for that.
Hi, Captain.
Technically, finding cloak ships is possible, but it is extraordinarily difficult. You're looking at base difficulty 5 just starting out, and that's if you're standing right on top of them. But you can use various fields, tachyon fields, obviously reveal ships. Anti-proton on spray will also react with their shields and reveal them. So it's just a matter of coming up with the right advantage and applying it the right way.
It's not something we could just generally do to get a long range catch on them. We'd have to be in the area.
Yeah, all of these are just kind of border procedures. There's just no way you can just catch the wide net and detect a cloak ship.
Okay.
However, as you are flying around, Fox and Vera, anything you want to check up on?
Nope.
Not in particular.
Fox is not an investigator.
Well, oh, good, because we are getting another distress call from the SS Comstorm. They are 3 light years away. They have suffered engine damage on their starboard nacelle, and they say they are being attacked.
What was the ship's name again?
Like more action.
Comstorm.
Gungnir to Comstorm. Can you tell me who's attacking you?
I don't know. It's and you hear in the background an unholy screech of something in visceral and screaming. There's sounds of the ship falling apart and sparks and things hitting bulkheads and the scream of someone getting dragged off screen.
Sounds like we don't really have the time to
Question.
wait for a response.
Red alert and Veer, let's do maximum warp to their location.
Already on it.
All hands, red alert.
And I'd like to see if we can get a sensor picture as soon as we can about what's there.
Control con difficulty 2 assisted by engines con on to jump in there as quickly as you can. And how much power do you want to dump into this? Could affect like how much time has passed between the message and you getting there.
Let's dump 2 power. I don't know what's a good amount for this.
You generally have 10 power, and I believe you still have the advanced warp engines. So for every power you spent on a warp jump, you can roll challenge dice and possibly get that back. And
Okay.
more power, more better.
Let's go with 3 power then, I guess.
All right.
Take threat. And then I roll challenge dice for the power.
Yep. Three challenge dice. Effects cancel that out. Nothing. All right. So spend 3 power. Dupe. All right. You're able to jump in as quickly as possible.
If we can use long range. Yeah.
Yep. Long range aim sensors. Reason and science. Difficulty 3, sensor science.
What is the task specifically?
This is to get a long-range sensor scan and of the ship as you're approaching.
Okay, testing theory then.
Absolutely.
Spend 2 threat. couple of those to quash that.
All right. You do see the ship on extreme aim range. It is venting plasma badly. It has hull breaches all over the place. Some places are venting atmosphere. However, the breaches are very pinpointed. It's not like it was crumpled and there's a large gash where a deck was ripped out. And fleeing from the scene, you see 3 small scale 2 craft, and they are just booking it into the dark.
Deploy the shuttlecraft, Captain.
Yeah, let's begin rescue operations here. Can we scan anything on those fleeing ships before they go? Like focus in on them just to see if we can get like drive signatures, any life signs, whatever.
Possibly. They are at extreme range. That's difficulty 5. I have to get a lock on them.
Well,
Couldn't hurt to try.
couldn't hurt to try. Can I send Gyro in that direction, maybe to reduce that difficulty a bit?
Yeah. You can spend a moment to send a probe out.
Okay.
Yeah. 1 momentum, and you send a probe out. And where would you like that probe to be?
As close as it can get to the fleeing ships without being in standard phaser range.
So get within long range.
Yes.
I thought I had gyro. I need to get gyro like an actual token.
I think you've used one before.
Yeah, I have one. I just have to like dig and find it. All right, so standard phaser range would be out here. Would be outside of standard phaser range. They can and do that at diff 3.
Right.
Reason science diff 3.
Science diff 3. I will spend a threat.
Okay. You have it. You do get the drive signatures, but there is something very peculiar. None of these ships have the exact same configuration. They are all sorts of mashed together, and some of them have different hull plating. Some of them have stitched together or hull plating. One of them looks like it has 2 drive signatures on top of each other.
So they're
That would make sense for scavengers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, good
Frankenstein
job.
shuttles.
Are they warp capable?
They are not warp capable.
Then we can catch up to them when we like.
Yeah.
What else is? Yeah. What else is in this area?
Mm-hmm. That is a good inference.
You are in the middle of nowhere. There's like some gaseous clouds. You're in interstellar space.
So either a
So
mothership or a portal of some kind.
Yes. Could there be a ship hiding in one of those gaseous clouds?
Possible.
Are they headed towards a gaseous cloud?
I can answer that for one momentum or the science question.
Science question.
Indeed, they're heading towards one of the clouds.
Okay.
All right, well, I guess first things first, let's rescue the calm storm. Do they look like they're in severe danger of losing containment? Or
Yeah, this thing is on its last leg. Whatever, or it hit it hard. It is venting plasma. It is venting the atmosphere. This thing is held together on prayers.
how many beings are aboard?
You would have to do a sensor scan. Reason science diff 2.
Okay.
Also, what is the standing order for Gyro? Would Gyro continue following them, or would would you like to just stay in this region?
Captain.
I think if we can continue to follow them at a discreet distance up until they get to the cloud, I don't think I want Gyro to get lost in there.
Okay.
Okay. Gyro is on a trailing scanning, a trailing vector. Yeah. Reason science diff 2 to scan the ship.
Testing a theory.
Absolutely. You've been doing a lot of scans today.
I have been.
And then sensor science.
Oh, coming up.
All right, so that is 5 on a diff 2, so 3 momentum. There are 27 life signs left on board, fading.
All right, let's move within transporter range and beam them out.
Sorrel,
Move up.
you see a problem with that.
Captain, there's a problem with that.
Because of the venting ink plasma is interfering with transporters. You're not entirely sure if you're gonna be able to get them out site to site. But if you were to land on there and set up transport or enhancers, it might be able to cut through.
I informed the captain.
Okay, we might as well send a runabout there and just offload them manually.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you're gonna have to do a boarding
I could set them
action.
up, Captain.
Beg your pardon? What was that?
I could set up the pattern enhancers.
Well, if we're having to go there anyway, I think we might as well just put them on the ship we send over there and get out of there. That'll save the transporter step and risk.
Very well.
All right. Who is going on the runabout, and who's staying on board?
Would you like me to fly over?
Yes.
I
And,
might be able to effect repairs on the ship, prevent its loss.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do what we can there, and I'll go aboard the runabout. Strel, you have the con?
Aye, Captain.
And Fox, you're staying here.
I feel as though a security presence would be a wise precaution.
Sure you didn't want
And he
to come,
just
Fox?
looks at you, thinks about the ships that are out there, and just goes, "No, I will remain aboard the ship."
All right,
You can send,
we'll take
you
it.
can- Yeah, you can send a security team for 2 momentum.
Yeah, we'll do that, just in case.
Ye old red shirts.
Need some phaser fodder.
And I don't care what era we're in, and they are always red shirts.
True.
Generic tokens, friendly, Starfleet. All right, and you're going to need a transport or enhancers just to get this done. Any other gear you want to get before you head out? There might be opportunity costs on this because you're trying to get this done before the ship blows itself up.
How many people are aboard the ship?
27 life signs you can detect, but you have the idea that there might be more that you can't see.
Oh, really? How many can a runabout hold for evacuation purposes?
For evac, 40.
Okay, let's just go with the one and have another on standby.
You can create that advantage. Control con on diff 3. Assisted by communications con to ready the hangar deck. Vera? Or Captain?
Okay.
All right, just a second.
You got it. Yep, you have one runabout out on standby. So for one momentum, and you can call another runabout out to come over. Actually,
Okay.
not even, it'll just be a minor action to just say, "Hey, send it."
Okay. All right, Ensign Vera, take us in, and try not to get us into a plasma stream.
You keep saying don't crash into things. I don't do that.
I don't think there's ever been a chance where we even got close.
I can't help it. I'm a backseat driver.
Daring Con Div 2, assisted by Engines Con of the Runabout Erickson.
There you go.
And Vera is amazing.
And what was it for the Ericsson?
Engines Con.
Yeah, still got it.
Yep. As you're able to fly in and approach, as you're approaching, you see that there are some sheer tears on the starboard side of the ship, but then there's also 2 meter wide perfect circles just punched into it. They were hit by boarding shuttles.
Do they have a hangar deck we can land in?
They do not, but they do have an airlock.
Okay. We'll go there then.
I'm guessing port side, the one that isn't on fire.
That would be the preferred side, yes.
All right. You're able to get a hard seal on the airlock, and you're able to. Yep, you have a hard seal on the airlock. Meanwhile, what is the Gungnir doing?
Holding in place, I would imagine.
Okay. Just standing and observing the situation. As you are keeping an eye on Gyro, the 3 shuttle through craft indeed go into a a nebula, and then one of the craft doubles back and tries to attack Gyro.
No.
No, Gyro, no. It's going to be difficulty.
Gyro does have a standing command to stay out of phaser range.
Yeah. So, difficulty 3, and they're going to have a target number of 10. They miss. Is Gyro does have a standing command to back off? Are you going to amend in that command? Because
No.
Gyro is just dipping, dodging, diving, but still staying in sensor range.
I'm not sure there's any. We know where they're going, right? To that cloud.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any benefit in keeping Gyro out there as target practice. I'll recall Gyro.
Control science diff 1.
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh no!
The one time I don't spend a darn threat.
The rolls are catching up with us.
Yep.
Yes.
Excellent.
I hesitated, but I was like, it's a one. It's a control side. If you're not, you're just gonna spend threat every roll. And I'm like, and the little voice inside me said, yes, we should. And I ignored that voice.
Little voice is me.
I mean, I play the same way. Anytime I'm rolling my prime stat, I always have a threat just in case, because.
Just in case. Yeah.
But, so we have a complication and a failure. But because we failed that task, we have backup plans, so we do gain a momentum.
Indeed.
Oh, yeah.
Can I spend my determination?
You certainly can. To what value?
I always have an exit strategy.
Particularly now, yes.
Yeah.
I thought the Vulcan might shit his pants at this.
So we'll re-roll those two. That's better.
There we go. As you're able to get Gyro out to come back, the shuttle chases for a little bit and kind of sees that it's going back to you and just goes, maybe not.
I do not keep my determination.
All right. On the ship, if you open the airlock door, everything's on fire. This ship is wrecked. There's beams everywhere. The air is thick and acrid, and with smoke, and immediately you see three people, two man and one woman, a man who's hanging off his arm, being fireman, and carries, run to the airlock. Please help us.
Which way is engineering?
It's back down that way, but section 12 has collapsed.
All right.
Also of note, Ivan Vitch, you would be on your mobile emitter at this time, but that's required.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I'll begin scanning the ship with my tricorder and see if there's any way we can contain the damage. Prevent the ship from blowing up.
Reason engineering, difficulty 3.
I'm going to spend 2 threat. Shake it up a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, can I use... I'm assuming I should have asked first that sensor calibration could have applied for scanning the ship.
Looking more for technical insight, emergency repairs.
Oh, okay. Then want me to re-roll that without focused? Without a focus?
No. Nah,
Okay.
I can hover over and find out what it is. So, yep. If you can tell that there's multiple breaches is on this ship. Sections of the hull all have collapsed, so just getting from one point to another is going to be a difficulty 2 task, just moving around this ship. Otherwise, for containment breach, you would have to get closer, but you are detecting errant power fluctuations.
Could I do a site-to-site transport from the runabout to the engineering section so I can work on the core breach?
You're not able to do a site-to-site, but you can just clamber your way through it as a difficulty 2.
Okay.
Site-to-site would be like diff
we'll try
5.
to do that. All right, well, I'll look to the captain first and say, shall I try to get to engineering and contain the warp core?
Yeah, see what you can do with that.
I say. And then I run off down the corridor.
Daring engineering difficulty 2.
And what is this roll?
This is to get from the airlock to engineering and just clambering over or broken beams and climbing through holes in the floor, that kind of stuff.
Okay, so I don't have a focus for that, so I'm going to spend 2 momentum and get an extra die.
It's just 1 momentum for 1 extra dice.
Well, okay. Oh, damn. I will spend 2 momentum to cover the complication.
This is a failure here at this point. Would you like to spend a determination and to reroll?
Yes. Doesn't that involve your values or something?
Yes. Yes. At this point, you would invoke a value or a... Yeah, you would invoke a value and say, I am getting through this situation by leaning on this value here, and that will allow you a reroll.
Okay. Organic life is crude, but sacred.
Absolutely.
Is one of my values.
I would accept that. And in this situation, you are trying to save organic life.
Mm-hmm.
It's crude, but it is sacred, and you're trying to save it. So with that, you can scoop up as many dice in that pool as you want and re-roll it.
So I can just re-roll the 3 dice.
Yep, you can scoop and re-roll the 3
Okay.
dice.
What does scoop mean in this context?
Scoop means you can pick up you can pick up a dice and re-roll it.
You can roll all 3. That's what.
Okay. All right, there we go.
There we go. That's better. And also note on your character sheet or on a log somewhere that you spent your determination on this particular task, because that's gonna be important later. So, set.
Made a note.
Yep, made a note that I spent this value to do this thing. All right, as you're able to clamber and climb your way through the wreckage of the ship and make your way to engineering. Meanwhile, Rost and Vera, what are you doing? You are slowly getting, like, you have about 5 injured people that have trickled in.
Can we use a tricorder to see where everybody is?
Reason, medicine or security difficulty E2.
You say security was also an option?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to use that. And I'll spend a point of momentum.
And gain it back. Yes, you're able to find out where some of the people are.
Okay.
They're spread out throughout the ship, but it's the same issue. It's a difficulty 2 task just to move around this place.
Okay, I guess we'll go to the closest group and go for them.
Yep. And the security teams following behind you with the transport enhancers. That is also an option. If you find a group and you can set up a little area, you can set up the transport enhancers, tap your badge, and get them out of there.
Yeah, that might be better than physically moving them.
Mm-hmm. Vera, are you just staying with the shuttle?
I'll stay with the shuttle for now. Keep it running.
One of the civilians brings someone in. They're heavily carrying like a 40-year-old woman, and they drop her to the ground, and the woman starts seizing. Oh my God, she's dying! I need help! Help! Starfleet, help!
That's just this at the words shuttle.
Yeah, they're at the shuttle. They're like in the back of the shuttle right now.
She'll show her to help as she does. She'll, as best she can, as she does, she'll tap her comm badge. We have problems back here. I'm gonna do my best.
Daring medicine, difficulty 3. I'm gonna say, because you're not used to doing medicine, are you?
She has like a little bit.
Good thing you got that first aid course at the academy.
Yeah, you should take the first aid course, but I'm gonna increase your comp by I1, saying that you're just kind of frantic, like, oh God, this is an actual emergency situation. Oh God, this person might actually die.
Okay.
Part of the difficulty increase is because you don't have a medkit on hand.
Alrighty.
However, you can and spend a momentum to say you grab one out of the shuttle.
Okay, I'll spend a momentum for that.
Yeah.
And then I will spend I'll spend 3 momentum.
All right.
Oh my God. Determination.
To what value?
I love a good scuffle, but innocence shouldn't be involved ever.
Given this situation, yes. This is an innocent person who was involved in a scuffle.
All right. And that's me reroll any of the dice, correct?
Yep, as many dice as you want.
Okay. We'll spend. Oh, we got 2 float from that, so I'll spend
And
the
those
2
are
to quash.
19. It's a 19 as well. Nice.
Yeah.
You're kind of sitting there at the console like, no, I know my job. I'm the pilot. I'm just gonna sit here. And then you hear a scream for help, and you're like, I'm calm. I got this. Wait a second. There's no one else here who can take care of this. So you leap out of your seat and grab the med kit that's attached to the wall. Go to this person, and your brain is like trying to remember all the acronyms and all the things you're supposed to do, but you're managing to push through that and think, okay, this is an innocent person and they're involved. This is an innocent person. I need to save their life. They don't deserve to go out like this. And you manage to stabilize them. You find the right hypo. You manage to get rid of the bleeding on the brain, and you've stabilized them for now. They are not going to die anytime soon.
Oh,
Nice.
And
we'll be
this
okay.
and this older man and is just crying and hugs you and like, thank you.
Yeah. Just go find a seat inside. All right.
Some of the security personnel is like, that was a good job, and they go to secure her in a gurney. Meanwhile, at the warp core, Ivanovich, you managed to clamber and climb your way to this warp core, and you get there, and it is not looking good. There are sparks crawling all over it. The plasma coolant is venting along the top. And you see an angry Tellarite standing at the console, kicking it.
I'm from Starfleet. I'm here to help.
Well, hurry up and help then. I'm not sure how long she's gonna last.
I get out my tools and dig in, trying to contain the warp core.
It's not a ship test. Because ships don't help you when they are trying to blow up. So daring engineering, not your ship, but
I'm going to use the walking encyclopedia talent. And shit. Where is that? Does anybody know where that's listed?
I believe it's in the science book. I'm vaguely familiar with it. You can spend 2 momentum and you can gain additional focus. It's for the remainder of the section. However, the complication range is increased by 1. So 2 momentum, you can slap a focus on, and it's on for the remainder of the section, but every time you use that focus, your complication is up by 1 because you're not a true expert, you just read about it.
I will download a module on warp core breaches to give myself a focus in that. And
I will allow it.
Mhm.
As you tap back to the Gungnir computer and you just kind of sit there, cock your head. Okay, files uploaded.
Mm-hmm. And then I will gain 3 threat to add 2 dice to my roll.
All right. And I'm gonna say because as of the state of the ship, it would also increase by 2. So. Daring engineering, difficulty 5, complication 3.
Oof. Should have saved my determination.
That's not gonna get it, but
Not even close.
however, the captain has a really cool ability. You are in communication with him, so you can kind of inform him, "Hey, this ain't going so well."
Yes, I will do that. Captain, do you read?
Yes, I can hear you. What's going on?
Attempts to contain the warp core are not going well.
Okay.
Ross, you are the captain, so you do have the captain give a determination power.
Oh, I can do that. Okay.
Yep. You are the CO.
All right. I will give
Yeah,
my
the other
determination here. What was that?
First day on the job, and you've already forgotten what Calder does.
Yep.
It has to be one of my values, or
Nope.
One in his effect.
Nope. You just hand it over, and now, Ivanovich, you have another point of determination. You can, and spend that towards a value.
I will use my value. Satisfy Starfleet. Stay alive.
I think that counts. And you can pick up and roll as many of those as you want.
I will simply pick up 10 then.
Yeah, it has to be the d20s on the table.
Oh, I see.
So you can pick up the 2 zeros, or you can reroll the whole pool, or.
I will re-roll the 2 zeros.
Okay.
There we go.
Hot dog. As with the with the termination from the captain, you redouble your efforts. You are climbing around this warp core. You're getting over beams, trying to get to this console. That all you try to get at this. It's pipe that's blowing hot plasma, and you're able to contain it. And this engine room's a mess, and you're just working around the shattered state it's in. But after a good 3 minutes of climbing around and readjusting things, this Tellarite is yelling at you. Oh, you managed to stabilize the warp core.
Ivanovich to Captain. What's the captain's name? Captain Rost. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The warp core has been stabilized, sir.
Good job. Now we're not going to blow up immediately. All right, we're going to proceed with the evacuation, just in case.
I'm keeping things in control here.
If there's anything you can do to help facilitate getting the rest of the survivors off, that'd be helpful.
Vera, how would you like to help?
I mean, for the engineer, I mean.
Oh. Yeah, Vera and Ivanovich.
I'm sorry, what?
How would you like to help with evacuation efforts?
I'm currently just trying to keep the people we have kind of calm and collected.
Yeah, I think if Vera can stay on the runabout and manage that situation, and then now that the warp core is stable, if Axel can help with the evacuation, that would be.
Yeah, if since there are warp breaches, or since there are hull breaches, if there are any compartments that are partially depressurized, I can evacuate any wounded out of those compartments, as I don't need air.
Indeed, you do not need air. Yeah, you could definitely need help with that. Vera, present security difficulty 3 to kind of keep the wounded you have aboard calm. As you try to give a rousing speech and reassure them, hey, we're Starfleet, we're the good guys.
Can I lower difficulty with the Orion trait? Using pheromones to calm rather than to,
arouse.
Yeah.
The other direction. Yeah, div 2.
Okay.
Where's all those hot rolls now, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on.
See nothing wrong here.
Do you jink us, Fox?
This doesn't seem like a jinx to me.
Sorry, I'm thinking about how I can.
I know things did seem to take a turn for the worse when you kissed away all that momentum for nothing.
Well, at least we get a momentum for his failure.
We do.
Hold on, I might be able to pull back. I'm looking for the looking for the what's it, the directives. sheet.
Oh, you're you think about challenging the directive. It is in the folder notes, bulletins, announcements, and mission directives. In fact, I can show that to you. Did that work? I don't think it worked.
Yep, it did.
Sweet.
Wow, 1 and 2.
So I have to have a determination to use
You have
those
to-
objectives.
You have to have a determination to use them. Another option is you can challenge it, and you can challenge it and gain a determination.
Okay. I think instead, I will use a milestone.
Okay. What previous episode have you given a speech to calm people or stop a fight?
This is kind of a little bit like slanted. I'd actually like to call on the determination she used to heal the Hulk and say because of her assertion that about it being easy to be better than him, basically.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, because you healed the Hulk using determination and saying that it's easier to be better than. Yep, I will accept that.
All right, well, let's see if the dice accept it.
And then what value are you spending it on? I should clarify.
Oh, sorry, my confidence is unshakable, and everyone should be.
Yep. Yeah, that totally applies. And there you go. With your unshakable confidence to be able to heal a giant Borg Argan Orion down and heal his wounds after he tried to kill you, you're able to project that confidence and say, everyone stay calm, we're good, we're Starfleet, we got this. And the civilians are reassured and complacent. Ivanovich, we're gonna do some fun rescue efforts. As indeed, you find a small cluster of people who are in a partially evacuated area. They are at about 50% atmosphere.
All right.
During engineering or security, as you're able to stand there and it doesn't affect you anything, but you can tell that these guys are starting to go apoxic.
Yes. I will use daring engineering to get them out.
Absolutely. Would you like to buy additional dice?
Yes. I will gain 3 threat and add 2 dice.
So
well, I made it.
You did make it, but there's a complication. You are able to get 4 of the people out, and you're able to get them through like an airlock closet door and able to get them into full atmosphere. But as you turn around to grab the 5th guy, wham! The deck plating collapses and he's pinned from the waist down. and he is completely unconscious and unable to help in his own rescue.
Damn it. Well, have I gotten the other 4 to a pressurized section?
The other 4 are in a pressurized section. It's just
Okay.
one left.
Then I will get my plasma torch and then go back in there and see if I can cut him free.
Very cool. You do have a plasma torch on you because that is part of your kit.
All right.
I'm gonna say this is control engineering. Pretty standard procedure, difficulty 2, but that comp range is gonna.
Actually, I have another idea.
Okay.
Commander or Lieutenant Ivanovich to Captain Rost. Are the security personnel with the pattern enhancers with you?
Yes, they are.
I need you to have the security officers bring the pattern enhancers to my location. We've got a person pinned down. I think I can get him out with the transporters.
Are we close to another group that we're trying to get to?
At this point, yes, she would be just finishing up gathering up a group. You have the transport enhancer set up. You're just trying to get them all to stand in the circle and tap your badge. So you're just about done with this group.
Okay. Stand by. We'll be there as soon as we can. We're beaming out a group right now.
Acknowledged.
And behind you, as they are beamed to the shuttle. Ross, you have to clamber over or to get to him. Daring engineering difficulty 2.
Okay.
Is there a
med kit in this nearby?
For a threat, I think it could be a med kit.
I take that.
Indeed, you look around and there is a standard Federation med kit. It is on the wall, but it is kind of crumpled and stuck. The wall has crumpled and is like gripping around the case, so you're gonna have to finagle to get it out.
Okay. What do I roll to finagle?
Yeah, I'm trying to just describe how it was stuck in. Basically, there's a beam that's pinning it to the wall, so a plasma torch could cut it out.
Okay, well then I will cut it out.
Control engineering, diff 2. No complication because you're not cutting near a guy's face.
Okay, I'll just roll it straight.
Did you have a applicable focus?
Oh shit, no.
Okay, that's fine, and that would just be a success as you're able to and then this beam just clunks to the floor and you're able to grab the med kit.
Mm-hmm. Is there an oxygen mask in there?
There would be, yes.
Okay, then I will hook up the oxygen mask and apply it to the pinned person.
Control medicine diff 1. You have to make sure the oxygen mask is a good seal and you get the ratios correct.
All right.
Easy. Gain of momentum. You have oxygen mask on him, and it has a good seal. He is still very much unconscious, but you see that his breathing is starting to slow, and the med kit, it gives the green light saying, "Okay, this guy's good. He's getting oxygen. Good job."
All right. Then I just I wait for the captain to show up.
It is about this time.
Pretty good EMH.
It's about this time that Ross's security team goes clamoring over or this section.
All right.
You crawl over a beam and you kind of roll over it, and you're in the room.
All right. Hand the pattern enhancers over to me and wait here. Seal this door behind me.
We'll seal the door.
All right. I will set up the pattern enhancers and attempt to activate the runabout's transporter remotely.
Okay. Are you gonna beam yourself out with it, or just this man?
I will beam myself out with it.
Okay.
And I have a focus in transporters and replicators.
Excellent. Because they're not on a pad. You would be beaming to a pad, but you have pattern enhancers. But you're also remotely accessing it. Control engineering, difficulty 3, complication 2.
Okay, I'm spending a point of momentum. Nice.
Easy as you clamber around, and this guy's pinned and he has an oxygen mask on him, and you clamber around and you set up 1, 2, 3 transport enhancers, and you stand in the middle. Oh, you pull out your tricorder and request S control of the Ericssons and its transporter systems, and you're going to beam directly to the pad, and you fade in the blue curtain and takes over you and parts, and you are back on the shuttle.
Ivanovich to Rost, we're aboard.
Great. Are there any more crew left that we haven't evacuated yet?
There is one more, our group of 5.
Okay. We'll get the pattern enhancers and head toward that group.
Pattern enhancers are in a room with low oxygen, so you're gonna have to take a deep breath to grab them.
Okay.
Fitness is medicine and difficulty 2.
Did we gain a point of momentum from
Oh, you did.
Haskell's? Okay.
Yeah, Ivanovich generated momentum.
I'll turn around and grab that.
Because I can math occasionally. Excellent.
And I'll use my focus and deep breathing.
Uh-huh.
That's
Swimming
for
out.
fog there.
Swimming I would have taken.
No, I got that.
Or mountaineering.
Yeah, I think I'll just go with that. That's not very good though. When I gave my determination to Haskell before, that used mine, right? I can't use it now.
That is your determination. So you have to spend a milestone or some other means of getting determination back.
You know what? I'll just give you 2 more threat for a 4th die.
Sure. Nothing bad can happen. Oh, goodness.
Almost like we shouldn't be sending a captain into a very dangerous situation.
Shortest captaincy ever. No. You can't
Hang on,
succeed.
I'm looking at this stuff here.
Yeah, all right. You're not dead yet.
That's not entirely true. There was a captain that was a captain for all of like an hour before he died.
You can presume that Sorrel gave him all the logical explanations as to why he should not go before he went.
Yeah, that's just standing orders.
I suppose I can use bold command for a situation like this, huh?
You did not use command.
Yeah. Okay. I'll succeed at cost.
Okay.
Have some more threat.
Yep. Yep. I'm going to say for dramatic purposes, you get in there, or you start grabbing the transport handers. 1, 2. Oh, pretty lights. Thud. As you pass out in the epoxic room, and eventually the security, you come to with security, a guards dragging you back into full atmosphere.
You guys get some medals. Just
Shouldn't
stay alive until the end of the mission.
Shouldn't let you go in there by yourself, sir.
Lesson learned. All right, let's go get those other 5 crew.
You're a little boozy, but you're fine. Daring engineering div 2. You'll climb through. Meanwhile, yeah, we'll get back to your daring engineering.
Do that
Meanwhile,
right now.
Nope. We're changing scenes. Back in space, Sorrel, Fox, you are overseeing this. You're seeing what the rescue teams are doing, and you see a couple ships at extreme range. Again, it is 3 of the small scale 2 craft, and then this is a scale 4 craft, and same MO as the other ones. It's a Franken ship.
I will order the Gungnir to intercept.
I sir. Who are you activating to activate the con?
Who do we have that also has con?
I believe you made a new con officer.
Did we?
Ensign Vorish Cheval.
Ensign Reese Cheval. Punch it.
Chevalier Andorian names.
Yeah, Andorian names.
All right. It'll cost 1 crew support. I'm assuming that's fine at this point.
Yep.
Control con, diff 3, engines con. To intercept.
Barry, you want to make that roll? With the new MC?
Sure. Give me just a second here.
Do we have a crew sheet for them?
Yeah. Yeah, they're in crew support. Oh. You don't have permission to see that guy. That's an issue.
That's an issue.
Now can you see him?
Yep. Roy. Over.
They should have 2 other focuses. NPCs supporting staff always start with 3 focuses.
So I'm gonna guess starship driving, that kind of focus.
Just
Helm.
do home operations.
Helm
Yeah,
operations.
helm operations, Yep.
Yeah, I'll accept that. And the engines con of the Gungnir. Sweet. Gain a momentum as I'm gonna have Cheveril is what we're gonna call them because I don't want to attempt the Andorian name. Taps on the controls in the Gungnir, swooshes is around and gets in an intercept course and just basically goes no. They cast no. Yeah. Let's just scales here. Yeah, you can basically swing around on the far side and park here or here. Within these center two rings.
Yeah, I like where we're at.
Okay. They come to a full stop and just stand there.
Hail them. This is Commander Sorrell of the USS Gungnir. State your business and intentions.
And I have to check my notes. There's notes things here.
Remember, they tried to hurt Gyro.
Oh, yes, I know.
Not that vengeance is a thing for Falcons, but you know.
No, not at all. We won't be doing a full spread of quantum torpedoes now. Not at all.
Yeah, you wouldn't be emotionally attached to a drone or anything.
No, this is insane.
I mean, you were emotionally attached to a temporal agent, so. Over the con comes a high-pitched screech. A discordant sound pierces the speakers. Anyone with psionic abilities. Fitness is medicine, difficulty 3.
Yes, the perks of being a human.
He was hitting you with that fitness roll, didn't he, Sorrel?
Yeah. Didn't we put on the? I thought we put on the
Indulin
hats.
gear?
Yeah.
You didn't say you were
talked-
putting them on. You said we should probably put them on.
You talked about it, but you didn't actually put them on. For one
We'll make
momentum, you
that roll.
could.
I mean, I will say, I said the next time we go out, we need to put on the tinfoil hats. That's what I said.
Yes, next time.
Yeah,
This is the next time. Are you
this
going to
is
put it on
still
now?
the same time. For one momentum,
Yeah.
you can have a tinfoil hat and bring that down to diff 1.
Okay, I'll do that.
As
Definitely do
hey,
that.
you just remembered, Aaron, I have tinfoil hats.
That's right. All right, diff 1.
Come on, take me down, and I'm not weak to psionics. Yay.
Composure is a focus.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Just give us a second to do here. I will diff 1. I'm going to spend a threat to get that third die. This is just not a great roll for me. Yeah.
As the psionic dampener or kind of cuts out the edge of it, and you're able to resist the rest. But oh god, that hurt. You're not sure what they're saying, but it's just a psionic screech. And even the
they're psionic communicating in all caps is what you're telling them?
yeah.
Okay.
Even the non-Esper personnel are kind of wincing at it, but anyone with an Esper rating is definitely affected.
See, that wording is incorrect. It sounds like we should put the fear of God in them. Get it right, Captain.
Yes. Does this feel like a psionic attack or painful psionic communication?
Yeah.
Any way for me to figure that out?
You can keep talking to them and try to get more data points.
That doesn't seem like a great idea. Are they moving any closer?
Nope. In fact, some of the shuttles are they're not quite they're not trying to get around you. It looks like they're just establishing a super wide orbit.
Okay.
In light of the shuttles, I suggest launching the fighter craft.
Yes, that's a good suggestion, Fox. But before I do that, are there any markings or registry on the ship to indicate for what they are?
Reason in con difficulty 4. There's some complicating factors.
Reason con.
I think those factors would be the majority of the ship is not the same.
It's a Franken ship.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, anyway. Oh, we'll spend 3 threat.
Oops.
Okay, what do you know?
There's no common and marking on them. Yeah, it is essentially a Franken ship made out of. There's some Klingon parts. There's Nautican and some alien in tech, Federation, and freighters and civilian craft.
All right, launch the fighters with orders to parallel, but not engage the other small craft unless they engage.
Control con div 3 assisted by communications con.
We don't want to use the NPC.
Yeah, your Cheveril can
Right.
definitely do that from her console.
Yep.
And she even has focus in small craft. No, you put those rolls back. Communications con.
Even when it's not Vera.
Is that from the Ericsson?
From the Gungnir. As we are launching fighters.
Vera rolled it, but it was for the con ops army back here.
One momentum generated. So basically a parallel path, but not to engage unless. What's the engagement rules? Should ask.
If they engage, if they take a if they take an aggressive posture or fire upon the fighters.
But also think if they get any closer to the storm, that is also a drive them back.
Okay, so if the shuttles make any efforts to move closer or any hostile action, the fighters will defend themselves and drive them off the calm storm.
Yes.
Okay, that's all clear. It appears that the shuttles are just fine, just circling for the time being.
Do we have any evidence that they attacked the comm storm?
You do not, but you could. You don't at this time, but you can look into it.
I would like to determine that.
This would actually be a insight. I'll make this an insight security. Fox, you look bored.
I'm very bored.
Difficulty 3 and sensors can help. Sensors or computers.
Security.
We'll make
I
it
have
sensors.
absolutely no foci for this. Almost like I
Starship,
created someone that is good at being on the ground and not investigating.
Starship tactical systems, ship recognition, investigation. Yeah.
You can
I
borrow
have
one of my
generic
focuses.
tactical. No. You can go sit over there in the corner.
But he has so
He's lost
many.
foci privileges. He has lost foci privileges, and Vera has lost all treat privileges for encouraging him.
Hmm. All right.
Take 3. And I do have tactical systems as a focus.
I'll accept that.
Onwards and downwards for red zeros. Oh.
And sense of security as you do comparative analysis. Sensor security from the Gungnir,
Roger.
please.
You got that?
2 momentum generated. It looks like that some of the, it's not necessarily weapon systems that match, but the hull of the shuttle craft looks like they were used as boarding shuttles, and they left the distinctive pockmarks into the ship. But it appears that the ship was damaged first. They were left adrift, and then these punch marks actually were put on top of that.
All right, so I have concerns that we might be. We don't want to shoot a good Samaritan.
But they also bled when we arrived. And the fact that there was that ungodly screaming coming from the ship's communication to us.
All right, but that could just be a language barrier, and they may have fled because, well, we are the spear of the fleet.
Or reputation proceeded.
Yep.
All right. Any chance we can get the universal translator working on some kind of filter for the psionic communications to try to see if they're saying something in that?
You certainly can.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll just be processing in the background.
Cool.
Do-do-do-do-do.
We'll continue our Mexican standoff then. Oh, we only got 3. We don't have 3, so just standoff.
Ross, you are still clamoring to rescue 5 more people.
Right, what was I supposed to roll again? Daring engineering?
Daring engineering diff 2 to get to them.
And I'll use a point of momentum for another die.
Okay. You are able to crawl through this ship. If you had to double back and navigate it around, but you find these last few people in the shuttle bay. Except that there's only 2 humanoids in there. The other 3 are tall black avian creatures. And they have the 2 people by the scruff of their neck and trying to put them in irons, and behind them is a pile of bodies.
Are they who was that like Aurelian?
They are not Aurelian. Same not phylum. Same class, but not the same species.
Okay.
These guys have big red bulging eyes off the side of their head, and they have 4 limbs instead of Aurelian 6. They just have 2 legs, and then they have combination in wing arms.
And they're holding, what, 2 people hostage?
They're holding 2 people all hostage, and they have a pile of bodies. It's like 30 dead people in various states of burned, smushed, ripped apart from the crash, and they just have a giant pile of bodies, and they are getting them into a remaining shuttle pod. In the back of the ship, you see that one of the alien craft has pierced the hull and is opened up, and they're trying to get everyone into that so they can leave.
Is it like one of those craft that was flying around outside?
Mm-hmm. Probably similar.
Okay. I'm going to draw my phaser and say stop.
They look at you.
No communication at all?
They just turn their heads and look.
Telepathically, am I picking up anything from them?
Would you like to reach out with telepathy?
I should be able to pick up their surface thoughts unless they're unwilling, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess I'll try and see that, but I'm not like I'm going, deep in. But
there are other complications because as this is an alien race and you're unfamiliar with them, or you're personally unfamiliar with them.
Yeah, I'm not going to give them the benefit of a doubt. They're showing their hostile intent here. If they don't,
that's the wrong roll. Presence, medicine. I could be talking to command, but it is difficulty 3 and complication 2 to psionically reach out to them.
I'm not going to do it. It's not worth the risk at this point. If they're not releasing the people, would I have a clear phaser shot at either one of them?
You do not have a clear air phaser shot. But you have this troll woman who's standing here in shackles, pleading, please save us! Don't make us go with them! Please!
They've got hold of her?
Yeah, they have a hold of her.
I'm going to direct the security officers to open fire, wide beam stun.
Okay. Yeah, this will just be a presence command and difficulty 2.
I'll give you a point of threat.
Okay. Gain a momentum. As your security team just phasers up, wide beam, fire and just sweep the entire crew. In the shot, they hit elderly Tellarite, who apparently he was stretched out from the beam and falls to the floor, seizing. He has a lethal injury on him.
Grandpa.
Poor Grandpa. And the I'm just gonna spend for one. One of them resists the phaser effect and just kind of grunts through it and goes nope and dives into the shuttlecraft and pulls like 3 bodies and he's with him and he's closing the door. And he's just leaving his friend and to hang out there.
No honor among hostage takers.
Can I take another action?
2 momentum swift task.
Yes. I'm going to phaser the hatch, see if I can disable it or distort it enough where it doesn't seal.
Sure. Daring. Security. I could be talking into engineering. Difficulty 3. I'm gonna up the complication because you are unfamiliar with how this thing's gonna seal.
I'll aim for the edge where I would think it, if you're going to damage a seal, that's where you would damage it. To use my engineering for it.
And comp 3.
So does that mean I can use engineering for that instead of security?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll give you a point of threat.
All right. You got it. You have unsealed the. Yeah, you've messed up their side of the airlock so that way they can't get a good seal in. However, spending 2 momentum, they close the door anyways and just run for it. And suddenly, whoosh! There's a giant hole in the side of the ship, and everything's going to hell as everything's getting sucked out the door. I need a fitness ISCON difficulty. Difficulty 3. Diff 3 comp 3.
Ooh. Let's see here.
From the Gungnir, you do see that another shuttle has appeared and is departing from the comm storm and is just pulls out, sees you're right there, goes nope, and is going the other direction.
I'll use a point of momentum and give you 2 threat.
Momentum, 2 threat.
Actually, let me give you, I guess, was it 3 more threat for the 5th die?
3 more threat for the 5th die. Just go all in.
Yep, Hail Mary here.
I mean, it would really suck if you would miss this.
No pun intended, right?
Me? Puns? Never. When have I ever done a pun?
The 87 points of psychic damage says otherwise.
You have a reroll.
Let's see. I've used my determination. I've.
Any medals?
Yeah, I'm looking here. I just buy another success with threat. I'd prefer not to get sucked out into space today, but it's my first day.
It's the first day. Well, I will. I'll say just as on principle as the GM, if you have a last chance roll, I will prefix and say this is your last chance before you're dead. Ed roll. So, just on principle, I like saying that, and it puts things in dramatic perspective. On the other hand, you can succeed at cost.
I'll succeed at cost, please.
You are. So the room gets suddenly evacuated. The wind's rushing out, and all the fires go out. The stack of piled up bodies go flying out to space, and the two people, and your security team, the two civilians and two members of your security team go flying out the airlock.
Does the Gungnir detect this?
Gungnir might be able to detect it.
Can I hit my comm badge and get a message off to either Vera or the Gungnir?
In fact, one of the there's an emergency beam out protocol. If you tap your comm badge 3 times, the nearest transporter will pick you up. Just in case
Tap, tap, tap.
tap 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 app, you are able to get beamed out to the shuttle.
Did that pick up the security men and the others, or do we have to arrange that?
That was just you and the other 2 security guards. The other 4 people are hanging out in space.
All right.
Well, that should be okay. It's pretty good weather.
I'll run over to the transporter console and see if I can lock onto him and bring him in.
You can, and certainly try.
I will try.
Well, I have a question. How many can he bring into the runabout?
Runabouts outside of a transporter pad of 2. The Gungnir can just pull him into a room and with 6 pads.
There's,
so
there's only
maybe-
2 civilians alive.
I thought
in
there was
that
4.
area.
There's 4.
No.
There's
Is there 4? You said there were 2 that were still
2
alive.
civilians
The
and 2 red
rest were-
shirts. 2 red shirts
the
also
red
got
shirts got
vented.
beamed in with Ross, didn't they?
2 of the red shirts got beamed down. Another 2 got
Okay.
vented. There's
Right.
there's 4 people on the
Okay.
team.
So with 4 out there, I would suggest contacting the Gungnir for the transport.
Okay, that's a better idea. Yeah, if there's that many out there, then. Ross to Gungnir, we need an emergency transport for some crew and civilians that got vented out into space from the ship.
Hi, Captain. Transporter room. Emergency beam out 4. In space.
It's control or daring con. Kind of depends on how. Daring engineering, depending on how silly you want to be with it. They are not on a pad. Some of them don't have comm badges, so it's harder to get a lock onto them. And the plasma fires is venting. And difficulty 4, complication 4, and assisted by sensors, NG. And You have one shot to get this done. These people are currently in the dying state. If they spend any more time out there, they are not going to make it.
Okay. I'd like to add. Do we have a transporter chief?
Could use left, maybe.
I'll activate.
No dedicated.
I'll
No
activate
dedicated yet, but you could certainly get one. But left would totally take this.
All right. So, let's see what kind of role that is. He's control engineering, diff 4, comp 4. Control engineering, diff 4, comp 4. Let's see what he has. That's me. Left. Sorry. I hit him. There we go. Alright, control engineering, diff 4, comp 4. Alright, yeah.
How do you want to do this?
He does have a focus in transporters.
Okay. That would be helpful.
And he has bold engineering. That's good. Okay. So we'll spend all the threat to get to 5.
All the threat to get to 5. That's not going to bite you in the butt.
It never does.
Yeah. Here we go. Boom.
Boom.
Shazam!
Saving people. 6-7 on diff 4. As Lef is racing to engineering console, he gets to the transporter room and he's trying to get a lock onto them. The two security officers, no problem. The civilians, and he's having trouble getting a lock on them because they don't have transporter pack. They don't have comm badges, but he's trying to factor the beam in, and then okay, I think I got it. And 3 people and 4 our bodies is appear on the pad, collapsing, coughing, spitting up blood. At least 3 of them are coughing and spitting up blood.
Medical team to the transporter room.
Medical team gets to a transporter room and starts rendering aid. Unfortunately, the old Tellarite just could not survive that much stress. He was gone.
Is that little ship that took off still in the area?
No. Oh, it was seen that it was in distress. It was as delisting spinning about as it was venting in atmosphere.
Didn't know if we could grab it with a tractor beam or anything like that.
Actually, you might be able to, because as none of his buddies, one of the shuttles do try to dive in and to grab it, but the Federation fighter goes, "Oh no, you don't," and muscles him back out. There's a little bit of back and forth. The big ship does make a move to close in to grab their guy. They like just push forward by thrusters to close the gap. Do you respond?
Can we tractor beam it in within our shields?
You would have to drop shields.
That's drop shields.
Maybe give them a warning shot and then try it.
Yeah, phasers
If they back off.
Firing a warning shot. Fox, you've been waiting for this all day, haven't you?
It's not the fear of God, no. It's not what I've been waiting for.
Control security diff 2 complication. Patient 2, you might actually hit them, or you might actually do damage.
Tactical systems with a focus.
Absolutely.
I'm not spending anything this time. What happens, happens.
You hit.
No, you can
but
have
with
it.
A complication.
You can have it.
The phaser lances out and it clips a cargo. It clips one of the back struts, and it looks like these are cargo pods that are just kind of like stapled to the outer hull. And the cargo pod gets out, and as it's spinning and delisting, and there's a bright flash of gas as these ships go nope and bug out. They jump to warp.
Well, I asked for a warning shot, Mr. Fox, but I guess it'll do. We will transport we will tractor beam the bad guys, or transporter, whichever is more efficient.
Yeah. At this point, there's no bad guys left. You can. I do have this threat here. It'd be a rotten shame to end the episode without using it.
Yes.
You are able to grab the two. All right, so that's 3. All right. You look around and to grab the shuttle, and it is venting atmosphere. You're not sure if the people are gonna still be alive in there, but then you register a power spike, like in the calm storm. She's gonna blow.
Vera, get us out of here.
I'm on it.
So I'm sorry. Did we get those people that were out there?
You did get the people who are out there, at least the living ones.
Okay, what about the bad guys in their little shuttle that escaped out of the?
Just as you were looking for that, you detect a power spike in the calm storm, and she is losing containment breach.
Okay.
She's losing in core containment.
So we don't have a lock on those other people. We don't know where they are.
You don't have a lock on the people who fled or the delisting and damaged shuttle. Darren Con, Diff 3, assisted by Engines Con. Vera.
Have 1 threat and 2 momentum.
1 threat, 2 momentum. And the shuttle.
And we're also putting up shields.
Yeah, shields minor action. You are able to decouple and tear air out of there. Yeah. This is just us to get the heck out of Dodge. You can keep the initiative for 2 momentum, or I start rolling challenge dice.
We'll keep the initiative.
Yeah, keep the initiative.
All right, who's going next?
Well, the Gungnir. Is it possible for us to tractor or transport one of those before we warp out?
You would have to drop shields and do a task to grab them.
But we could still warp out on the same turn.
If you would have to Swift task. Yes, but possible.
And how much does it cost to Swift task?
2 momentum.
2 momentum.
Or determination.
Who we got still has their determination? Fox, you still have your determination?
Yeah. I never spend it. I think I maybe spent it like a handful of times the entire time I've been here.
Well,
Are you
Who's-
opposed to spending it?
Who's going next?
I just never need it.
well, we might need it because I'd like to get one of these guys in before we warp out, rather than just sort of never get anybody here. If you ever know anything about this. So, we'll
There
drop
might be
shield.
something on there to beat up with a hammer.
All
Drop
right.
shield and try
Gun-
to.
Gungnir drops its shields. To tractor beam. That would be control. Oh, security. You are trying to get this done in a decent amount of time, and she is spinning about. Difficulty 3, complication 3, assisted by structure security.
Do what you need to do, Mr. Fox.
What do I need to do? Okay. Take all the threat.
Sure, this ain't gonna go bad.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's
Technical
fine.
systems as a focus.
Absolutely.
Perfectly
Bam.
fine. I don't need the ship.
Oops.
I'll take the first one. 6, 7, 8, 9 on diff 3. Just full up on momentum, and you grab that thing with the tractor beam. You don't have time to tow it in, but you can bring it within your warp bubble.
Bring him with the warp bubble, spin the 2 momentum to swift task, and warp out of there.
Need my determination.
Right, we didn't.
Yeah, it helps to spin it
Yeah,
though
well,
for character advancement though.
It does. It does.
It does.
Nah, I don't need it.
I'll cheat a little. We're ad-libbing this. Control con, diff 3, assisted by engines con. And this will go for both ships.
All right, our Andorran con person. So Vera, you got both those.
Suggest Sorrel, you take a Cervera.
Okay, I'll do that. It'll come up. Not this thing again. Hang on.
Do you have that sheet?
Yeah, sorry. The sheet. Sometimes the sheet doesn't want to come up, and I have to kind of pop out, pop back in.
All right.
All right, I have it now. Let's see here. You said div 3, comp 3, or just div 3?
Just diff 3.
Just div 3. All right. Take a threat.
One threat.
And we gave her helm operations, so it's a focus.
Yep,
Or
she has a focus.
Where is she? Let's read that. There we go.
How's the reroll? Bold.
Volcon. Yeah, she has Volcon.
Volcon. Sweet. That's
done.
one ship out. Vera. Time to warp
That's
out of
me.
here.
Alrighty.
Control con, difficulty 3, assisted by engines con.
1 threat, 2 momentum.
as from opposite vectors, zoom, zoom, both ships jump to warp as this civilian craft just vaporizes it in itself as the warp core detonates.
Well, that was
exciting.
All vessels are able to rendezvous back with the Gungnir. As we go to a new scene. And I'm assuming stand down from red alert.
Yep.
Yeah, if the space around us is clear. No other enemy ships.
No other enemy ships. But you do have a bunch of wounded on board, and you have this errant enemy craft just hanging out your aft.
Are there any life signs aboard?
There are no life signs aboard. I'm assuming you like to bring it in.
Yep, bring it in for inspection, dump their logs, all the good stuff.
Yep. As all the vessels dock, the fighters pull in and disembark. The runabout out pulls into the hangar deck. There's med teams already there, are taking in care of the civilians. Everyone kind of gets out and looks around, and also in the a hangar deck, just kind of hanging there in the middle, is this Scale 2 craft that is just wreck. Frankenstein ship that's been stitched together. Walk up to it. Its hatch is improperly sealed. It's just as two hemispheres. But they're kind of crooked and they're not sealed together. And you walk over to the thing. Who wants to open the door?
Mr. Fox, if you care to.
Yeah, Fox will open the door.
Is the runabout team back aboard the Gungnir?
Yeah, everyone's back on board the Gungnir now. Oh, it's new scene. Everyone's redocked up.
I'd like to start scanning the craft with my engineering tricorder.
Yep, absolutely. You peel open. Fox, are you just gonna bare hand and rip this open? Grab a crowbar.
Yeah.
Yeah. You grab a crowbar or engineering crowbar and just crack, and you crack open the seal, and inside you see the desiccated corpses of two of these bird-like creatures. And inside you see 30, 40 humanoid Federation and bodies stacked up in pits.
Not cool.
Not cool.
Very not cool.
All right, let's make sure everything on this ship is shut down. Any kind of reactor cores or weapons or communications devices, anything like that could be used to cause a problem or trace us or anything like that.
On it, Captain.
Reason engineering diff 2.
Should we send the avian creatures to autopsy?
No, we don't have a doctor at the moment, right?
Yeah, you have an EMH. And you were ordered to go back to DS-17, so you could just take him back there and do an autopsy with their facilities.
Yeah, let's just put him in stasis and take him back to DS-17.
Storage.
Spending 2 threat for raisins.
I'm going to.
Reasons from thread.
And I'm just going to roll. Okay, I made it.
There is an active comm system, but you can. It's not transmitting anything. You can easily shut that down. Computer's still intact. There's very little weapons on this thing. It's not so much weapons; it's more of just cutting lasers.
They
I'm
prefer
going
to
to-
board. Huh?
I'm going to download the contents of its computers to a partition drive on the Gungnir's computers.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've used sandboxes before for this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, we end tonight's episode as we've rescued some people. Oh, we've made friends. We've made 8 enemies, and we found a mystery.
Ooh,
Well done, everybody. That was a good one.
I think so. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you for playing tonight. Where's
Thank
my
you,
music?
author. You clearly put a lot of work into this.
1 second. Where's my music? I need my music. Long Railhead Gungnir cut. And with that, the credits will roll. Be sure to catch us next week. Be sure to catch us next week here, Thursday at 7 p.m. on Twitch to catch our next adventure on the Frontier, where we are actually going to be doing a crossover with DS17. Same time and place, and we're going to have 2 crews working together to organize both the evacuation fleet for the Arethians and digging more into this mysterious alien race that are stealing bodies for some unknown and possibly nefarious reason. Music tonight was provided by Kevin Macload. You can check out his royalty-free music at Incomtech.com. As always, we are forever grateful to Modifius for giving us the tall ship and Gene Roddenberry for giving the stars to guide us. Until next time, fly true, stay safe, and take us out.